before we get into the session proper, there's one thing I do have to clarify, and that has to do with Ulrich and Ursa, specifically their ages, because never really addressed it very specifically before. The one time I did mention it was the first time you met them, Ahi, when they were in Beltero's orphanage, and I made an offhand comment saying that we're like, 15 to 20, but that was like really off from like even what I'm thinking that they are. So just to clarify for that, they are 12 and 14 respectively. So Ulrich is 12.
Between 15 and 20, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Ulrich is 12.
I mean, that makes the sexual tension that was there like way worse.
Between who?
Do I really have to spell it out?
I don't know if there's any sexual tension between Ahi and anything, but maybe artifacts. But, you know. Oh, boy. All right. So, the last session, we kind of ended off on a not very definite place. We're kind of like, oh, we end, and yeah, we're all sad or whatever. But just to give a little bit more context to what exactly happened, Beltero took the kids that you guys rescued back to the orphanage. And let's say that it was pretty, by the time that you guys were going back, it was starting to get pretty late in the day, so it was probably dusk. Everyone went their separate ways. But Beltero actually asks you guys if you're interested. She is going to put together a little like introduction party for the new kids for the other kids in the orphanage, just so they can get to know them, and a smackdown for Ulrich and Ursa, but actually just introducing them as well. But of course, all the kids already know them.
How many kids did we rescue that are going to the orphanage?
5 in total.
Gotcha.
Wait, why would it be a smackdown for Ulrich?
Because they were already in the orphanage, and they were kicked out because they were stealing from people.
So you think all the kids are just gonna beat the crap out of them?
Maybe we'll see.
Just more victims of the school to prison pipeline.
Amen, brother.
I mean, I literally know the people in this room here in Orth, so I'll be there.
Sounds good. Ahi, I assume you'll be there. Tom?
If I live there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like an opportunity for me to hang out with my good friends Ahi and Gil, so.
Cool. And Lex and Jiro are with you there. And Jiro is actually, he decides to stay at Beltero Orphanage for the night to help out with things. And it's been a while since he's, like, kind of hung out with Beltero, so he decides to stick around with her for a bit. And Lex is with you guys as well, and he's like, yeah, I'll come on over. So, do you guys want to do anything that night before we get on to that little party in the morning?
No.
No, I think we've had a long day of thwarting child trafficking. I think I'm just gonna hit the hay.
Okay.
I mean, if the festival's still going on, I'd love to swing by and grab a few more sausages.
And there are definitely still people there, but most of the festival is like starting to pack up at this point.
Oh, we can get like cheap end of the day sausages.
They have special sales where they're trying to liquidate their stock.
Liquidate their meat on a stick.
Yeah.
Well, all right, Gil. I guess I can fit another.
thing.
I can fit another funnel cake in. Let's go.
All right. Hey, we fucking deserve it after what we pulled off today.
Oh,
I worked off some calories.
nice. So you guys go do that, and you have a nice little time. I don't know if you want to role play that at all, but otherwise we can move on.
Hello, sir. I would like to purchase one of your liquidation sausages. How much would that be in
Dude,
gold
guys.
pieces?
And
Guys, stop. Buying the liquidated ones are for chumps. If you don't buy any, you can just go to the dumpster like half an hour later and get all the ones you want.
Spoken like a true orphan.
I mean, we've already established that street meat is okay to eat, but dumpster meat is off the table for me.
You're too good for that dumpster meat.
I'm used to eating fish straight out the ocean, fresh food, all the way.
You're a coward.
I want to play one more carnival game.
Which carnival game do you choose? Make up one, because they're all there.
How about there's little floating abyss animals in the water and you have to throw a ring around them.
Oh, yes, good one. Okay, give me a proficiency check. Gil, Ahi, do you participate as well?
I'll cheer the boy on.
What's the prize?
That's true. I want a better prize because it's the end of the day.
There are a few stuffed abyssal creatures that are left over. They're not all of the big prizes have been won at this point, but the guys promised that if you do win the grand prize, that he'll just give you a few of the smaller ones.
All right, let's see here.
Bullshit.
I got a 6.
Oh, shit.
I want all of the little stuffed animals.
Oh, you win a prize.
So Tom rolls a 6. Ahi, Gil, what are your rolls?
I give forward to Tom.
Oh, so you're not playing? I thought you guys were competing against each other.
No, I'm just cheering him on.
Yeah, he's my support team.
Oh.
He has decided that the prizes are insufficient.
Oh, fuck. So you guys give 2 plus forward?
Yeah, sure. I'll give him a small pointer.
Jesus fuck.
You see the abyss creatures? Go ahead and throw the ring around it.
Well, you just got an 8, which is literally the highest standard roll that you can get. So let's say that every single ring, like, you're expected to get, like, maybe 1 ring toss out of, like, 5 throws. You get every single one of them on there. Something that this guy has never, ever seen before. And he's like, holy shit, kid. Did you just get all the ring? Are you cheating? What's going on here? You're not using some weird abyssal thing to control those rings, are you?
No, sir. I'm a straight shooter. I'm just real good at throwing rings on some abyss ducks.
Roll a good charisma check.
Why? I'm not cheating.
He doesn't trust you.
I don't have to roll shit.
This is literally better than anyone he's ever seen before, including some of the...
I'm getting punished for doing well. You fuck.
Welcome to the real world. Welcome to Earth.
Look, sir, I don't know. I think I just had good luck.
Give me a good charisma check. I want to see it.
Eat my ass.
Oh, that's a 1.
I can't believe I'm getting punished for rolling well. This is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Don't worry. I was wanting to see if that was going to be an abysmal roll, but even with that roll, he eyes you curiously. He's like, "All right, kid, I trust you." And you know what? For doing that well, and he looks around and everyone's kind of clearing out. And he looks behind him and is like, you know what? Here you go, kid. And he grabs all of the leftover little ones and shoves them into your hands. Go have fun.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. It's just like an armful of toys. You can kind of see my head in the middle of them. It just blends in with the other stuffed animals. Is there...
Good job, Tom. You really pulled the wool over his eyes.
What was that?
Is there one that looks like a fish?
Yes. Yeah, there's a fish one, there's a bird one, and there's a land one, and I don't know, like three more whatever fucking ones you want.
I'm gonna give a fish one to Gil. And I don't know, like something... What's the secretive animal? Like a fucking... I don't know. A bat. I don't know, we'll give a bat to Ahi.
We'll say it's a leathery flying creature.
There we go.
Oh, thanks, Tom. You didn't have to do that. Excuse me, sir. Sir, I would like to exchange this for its monetary value.
What is wrong with you, Ahi? That's a friendship bat. I gave that to you.
You know what? I saw that exchange just go down right now. You're a bad friend, and I'm not giving you anything for that. You should try to be better.
I snapped my bat back.
That's extremely rude for both of you.
You,
I don't know why you're being this way.
you're a rude tuna.
How dare you?
Rude tuna.
All right, well, Tom, I for one love this gesture, and I think it will look beautiful in my hotel room.
Thank you, Gil. All right, I gotta get these bad boys home before someone robs me of all my stuffed animals. I think as I walk home, I'll like pass some out to kids as I walk.
Aww. What a good boy.
I mean, it would look weird for like a 15-year-old boy to be walking home with an armful of stuffed animals.
Yeah, but everybody knows Tom.
It's true. That is pretty on track for me, isn't it?
Hey, it's that furry.
No! I hear him say it's that furry. I'm like, how do they know about my arm?
Word's starting to get out. It's been a while since that happened. Rumors.
I just like to think that Tom doesn't know what a furry is. He just thinks they're referring to his arm.
Wait, do furries exist in this universe?
I'm sure they do, but let's not delve too deep into that.
Why not?
No.
Isn't this podcast all about delving?
Oh no! You fucking got me.
Oh.
Give the people what they want.
Oh god, no.
Furry lore.
With that, on that note, we're in the morning of the next day. Do you guys show up right on time for this wonderful little party that they're gonna have?
Of course.
All right.
I can't be late. It's my own house.
You're not
I'd like to think
trying
I
hard
show
enough.
up and I bring more stuffed animals.
Nice. Okay, so you guys get there, pretty much, and Lex actually meets you out front, and Jiro is actually waiting for you guys, and he leads you in, and takes you to like one of the like back past. You can see they have like a little cafeteria area where you can see a bunch of kids kind of gathering up, and you guys walk behind that like into the kitchen. And Beltro is just kind of chilling there. And with the other kids, still kind of just like showing him around. It's the kids that you met yesterday. Do you say anything initially?
No, the kids that we saved?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like she's still kind of giving them a little bit of a tour. It's just like out of character, they got back later in the night. Maybe they got a little bit of food, but she gave them just like a temporary room while they were getting settled in. And in the morning, she's giving them just a quick little tour of the place before everyone gets introduced to them.
How y'all little rascals doing today?
Ulrich pipes up and says, good, mister. I never actually got a proper chance to thank you for everything you did for us yesterday. You kind of stood up for us there. You stood up against a white whistle. That was pretty cool of you to do.
I mean, I was just trying to get everyone out safe, and looks like a few of you made it out, so I consider that a victory.
Hey, looks.
How y'all been liking the orphanage so far?
Before you get to that, he looks down at the ground and says, "I'm sorry I couldn't convince more of the kids to come with us. I hope they're going to be okay down there."
Aw.
Hey, next chance we get, we'll go down after them. And this is just a opportunity for maybe you can get strong yourself and help other people like that.
Yeah, that's true. And Belcher is standing next to him and gives him a little slap on the shoulder and be like, "Yes, isn't that right? You're going to behave yourself this time, are you not, Ulrich? Ursa?" And she gives them a very big stink eye. And Ulrich kind of looks a little sheepish at that, and he's like, "Yes, ma'am, I'll do better." And Ursa's kind of just like pouting off, looking the other direction.
Aw. I think I'll come forward and I'll say, "Hey guys," and I'll go to Ulrich and be like, "Hey man, I brought you a book about, stuff in the abyss to make you feel better about not being able to go.
Oh,
I want you to read this because I read it when I was so excited to go, but I was still too young. So I hope it brings you comfort like it did for me.
Oh, well, thanks, Tom. I really do appreciate that. I'll,
And if she tells me that you guys are behaving yourselves, I'll bring you guys some souvenirs back from down there if I can.
his eyes light up a little bit at that, and it's like, all right, I'll behave myself. Ursa, you do the same, okay? And she's just like, yeah, all right.
Ursa, what do you want from the abyss?
I want all the good stuff.
Well, let's start with a flower. How's a flower sound?
She actually blushes very, very slightly in that, and it's like, what are you giving me a flower?
Maybe I am. Are you going to behave yourself?
We'll see. And she snatches it out of her hand and gives it a sniff. It's like, all right, I'll be good for today.
Good stuff.
Can we real quick, because I was confused listening back to the last episode, which one is the older one out of Ulrich and Ursa?
Yeah, Ulrich is a 12-year-old boy, and Ursa is the 14-year-old older sister.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
I actually thought they were twins. My bad.
Yeah, I know. I did not establish that very well the first time that they were introduced, or in the last session. So that this is that being established. I apologize for that.
All right. Party time.
Yep. So
B-A-R-T-Y, because it got.
yeah, you can hear the gaggle of kids, kind of like getting a little bit louder as pretty much everyone's gathered up in the cafeteria. And you can see in the kitchen, she's actually got a couple cooks in there that are like putting together a big breakfast for everybody. And it seems to be a little bit fancier than normal breakfast that you would see at the orphanage. Ahi, you would know just knowing what they normally serve. And, you know, it's still not anything fancy, but it's a slightly special occasion. So, They start getting all that prepped, and Beltro pipes in and says, "All right, kids, let's go out and introduce you to everyone." And she walks out into the cafeteria with them. As she walks in the room, you guys can just follow behind her, I guess. And when she enters the room, some of the kids pretty much immediately go quiet. Some other ones haven't noticed and are just kind of like continuing on. And she gives a big throat clear, "Children!" And they all pretty much immediately go silent. And she says, "Hello, everyone. We have some new acquaintances here with us today. I hope you all give them the utmost respect. Some of you may recognize a couple of people that were here before, Ulrich and Ursa." And you hear some kids chime up in the back and say, "Hey, those are the kids that stole stuff from us." And Beltro says, "Pipe down. I know there may be a little bit of hostility, but I'm sure that we can all move past that. And if we cannot, then I will just have to intervene there. I hope everyone will be able to be friends with one another. Isn't that right, Ulrich, Ursa?" And once again, Ulrich kind of just gives a sheepish nod, and Ursa just has her arms crossed and is kind of pouting a little bit. She's like, and Beltro goes on and says, "I was a little bit quick to kick you guys out last time for what you did. So, as long as you behave yourselves, you can stay. And I promise, if you do anything stupid again like that, your punishment is going to be more severe than just getting kicked out. So don't do anything stupid. All right. You two can go take your seats. The other three here are children that are actually from outside of Orth. So I hope that you give them a warm welcome and make sure that they feel good here. This is a big transition for people who have never been here before. So help them out. Go on, kids." And they just kind of run out in a group and sit at a table, and other kids just kind of like start chatting with them. Today, because of the new people that we have here, you're going to get an extra special breakfast. So please appreciate what you are about to get. All right? And she claps her hands together, and the chefs start bringing out like plates of food for everyone and start plopping them like down on the tables. And it's just a mixture of eggs from abyssal creatures and like strips of abyssal creature bacon and sausage, and they've even got some imported potatoes to make hash browns, which is actually a somewhat rare delicacy around here. And you guys are free to chow down as well. There's a table that's set aside for you adults to sit at.
I'm an adult.
Yeah, something like that. And just to clarify, the kids that you see in here are all kind of around the ages of like generally 6 to 13. Ursa actually looks to be the oldest person here, and she does not, other than Ahi, have anyone age 15 or older, because that's the age that you can start rating on your own. And by extension, that's when most people get not really kicked out, but are like, all right, you're good.
Poor Ursa.
Hey, she's still got about a year to hang out and get her shit straight.
And then back to the streets. eating dumpster meat.
Well, I guess I should clarify, and you guys would know this, and Gil would be the only one that doesn't know this, but by that time, I usually try to, Belchero's goal was to get the kids gigs with various light companies around Orth, so they actually have jobs. Think of the age 15 in Orth as being our 18. People are just a little bit more mature in Orth.
I guess you have to with the big murder hole.
Yeah, people grow up a bit faster.
All right, so I assume we're sitting. Did you say Lex is here too?
Yeah.
All right, so at the adult table, I guess as we sit down and kids start to get their hash browns and such, just, hey, y'all, so what's our next move? I know that was not the best, not the worst that could have happened yesterday, but we know this is far from over, right?
Jiro is actually plops down on the table next to you and says, yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about that. As of right now, like I said last time, it's going to be quite a while before another shipment will come through. Fondred only goes through this process once every few months, I'd say, and even that is about the quickest I've seen him do this, so for some time, we're probably not going to have to worry about this. And honestly, after talking about it with Belchero a little bit and thinking it over through the night, I don't want you three to have to worry about that in the near term. Myself and Ozen can take care of a large chunk of that. This really should not be falling on blue whistles. I do very much appreciate you guys helping me yesterday, but I really don't want that to be the norm. I do not want to put you guys in that kind of danger in the future. But I was desperate. So for now, leave it in my hands and Ozen's hands. We'll take care of it for now. I'll let you know when anything new pops up with that.
Out of character, are you keeping like your whole situation with Finn like on the down low?
Not really anymore.
Not really.
No.
Okay. Then I think I'll like look at Gil and be like, well, we gotta be somewhat involved. I mean, that's his son down there. We can't just sit back and just wait for updates.
Yeah, I mean, Tom's right. Every kid that goes down there, that's another kid that's going down there in contact with my kid. I mean, as much as I hate to admit it, from what that Bondred fella's been saying, Finn's complicit in what's going on with those kids. I can't just sit by and let that happen.
He actually gives a little hint of a smile at that and says, I'll talk to you a little bit more about that later, Gil. But there's some stuff I would like to chat with you about, but I don't think now's the right time. As far as planning goes, I wasn't just going to leave you guys high and dry. I had a plan for you, and I actually already chatted with Ozen about this last time we were all down there together privately. And if you guys are interested, I'm going down there in a couple days back to the Seeker camp, and I would actually appreciate it if you would accompany me down, because Ozen was looking for some extra work. I was thinking that would probably be the best way to prepare you guys for the next step. But this is going to be a bit of a grueling trek. I was thinking that maybe a 2 to 3 week excursion down there at minimum would be best for you guys. Is that something that you think you'd be willing to do?
I mean, hell yeah. Lower layers, better treasure. Guys?
Oh yeah, we gotta get stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Every time we've gone down there, it's been with the caveat that we got to come up the next day or two, so might as well take the plunge, right?
I'm glad to hear that.
Also kind of off topic, I don't know. Is it I kind of want to bond with Ursa a little bit by like taking her like just like a little bit to the first layer on like a little like short excursion. Is that a thing that they do or no?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask about that. Yeah, for sure.
Is that like a common thing, taking like non-whistles in?
Well, they actually, most everyone in Beltro's orphanage does have their red whistles. And this is not really touched on super specifically in the show, and it's been a long time since we've kind of gone over it, but just as a refresh. So how it actually works is normally anyone that is outside will have to wait until they are 15 or older to go in for the red whistle, but special schools and programs will allow kids to get their red whistles sooner, and under supervision, they go down and raid. I know it wasn't very clear in the show, but in the manga, it's more explained upon, but like when Rico and Nat and everyone went down, they are initially actually led down with Jiro. So like they're going in a party with like a supervisor, and then they split up and then meet up back together. So it is still guided, but definitely very free form. Like after the kids split up, their different ways and they can go. So there's not an established minimum age for when you can start doing that, as far as I know, like reading through it. But I think like by at least the age of 10, you'd be able to do that. So a lot of pretty much everyone in here over the age of the 10 has actually been in the Abyss. Granted, it's only like max like 1 to 200 meters down. It's like really not that far.
Yeah, but would Ulrich and Ursa even have their red whistles because they got kicked out of the orphanage?
I'd say no, because they because that type of whistle is given out through whatever programs, in this case the orphanage. But because they're back in, as long as Beltro gives the okay, then they're free to delve again. So for your purposes, Tom, like that would be something that like you could probably do. Like we should still play it out, like you asking, but yeah, that would definitely be in the realm of possibility.
Cool.
Now, what exactly are you trying to get away with here?
I just want to shape these, wayward kids into model citizens. Turn them away from their thieving ways.
All right.
I think someone's trying to get their whistle polished.
You guys are the worst.
I'm just playing with you. Hey, how about when we go down with Jiro, let's ask Lex if maybe he'll accompany us down to the first lair. and he can take the kids back up when we make our way down.
Oh, there we go. I was setting it up for like a future time when we have a couple days we don't know what to do. I was gonna be like, well, I'll go hang out with the orphanage kids. But that definitely works too.
He just wakes up. Tom's already there. What are you doing?
Oh my god, I can lasso you into coming with me. Yes. Force
wait.
Ahi to bond with me. Yes.
Disgusting!
I just drag you along before you even know what's happening. Ahi, we're going on an adventure.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're bringing the kids.
What?
Oh, God. All right. If you want to play that out, Tom, I guess you could go ask Beltero.
I mean, are we still in the middle of talking about like next steps and
I mean, that Jiro kind of finished his thought there, where it's like, yeah, if you guys want to come down and hang out at the seeker camp for a few weeks, that would be good for your development.
okay, so let's say, yeah, I think we definitely want to do that.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. All right. And then if the conversation, I don't know. And then if the conversation kind of wraps up, is Beltro at the table with us?
She's actually kind of standing over and like just like the entire cafeteria in general, and generally being kind of strict. You can definitely tell that like when she entered the realm of the kids, she is taking a completely different tone than she normally has around you guys. And Ahi, you'd definitely be like privy to this, but the rest of you haven't really seen this side of her. But like whenever the kids are around, she is like she looks like incredibly stern.
Teacher mode activated. All right, well, I'll just mosey on up, be like, hey, Beltro, do you have a second?
Yes, what is it? Oh, Tom. I'm sorry about that. Yes. What can I do for you?
Struck fear into my soul for a second there. I was thinking, would it be okay if I took Ulrich and Ursa and maybe the other kids that we helped into the first layer just for a short excursion sometime? Make them feel better about, wanting to go into the hole and not being able to.
Yes, that would definitely be okay in my eyes. The people that are coming from outside Orth definitely have a bit of time that they need to get accustomed to everything, so it might take some time from them. Usually, I'd say at least a month, but when it comes to Ulrich and Ursa, I believe a trip like that would probably be good for them.
Turn them away from their thieving ways.
Yes, I believe we can make good delvers out of them yet. She glances over at Ursa, and she's kind of like chilling with Ulrich and teasing kids a little bit, but in a fun way, not in a bad way.
Okay, I guess that satisfies me.
Yeah.
Then I'll say, oh yeah, you can make Ahi come with me too, right? I don't know if she'll come if I ask her.
I don't know if I could make
Fucking
Ahi do
snake.
anything, but I can definitely put a word in for you.
Yeah.
And she kind of looks around at everyone, and Jiro has actually since gotten up from the table, and some of the kids like start noticing that it is fucking Jiro, the new white whistle, and start like really crowding around him and are like asking him questions and shit, and like kind of going fucking nuts. And she sighs and is like, it is nice to have him back again. It's been several years since he left, but it's hard finding good help around here. Someone who's willing to help out around the orphanage. Be nice to have someone like him back.
Wait, doesn't Ahi live here?
Are you Are you listening in on this conversation?
How about this? Doesn't Ahi live here?
Yes, but I haven't ever really tasked her to do any teacher work. that has never really been her strong suit. I'm sure you've become aware, but she's not the biggest people person.
No, I wouldn't say so.
She does definitely help out around the orphanage for sure, but
So we established in the earlier episodes that he pays a small stipend to continue living there. She does
Yeah.
odd jobs in town.
Yeah, I remember that. I'll say, well, I wouldn't mind, popping in every now and again to help out.
I do appreciate that, Tom, but you should be looking out for yourself now, too. You got a long delving career ahead of you, but if by any means you would ever want to come and teach here, I would appreciate it.
Well, that bulletin board doesn't seem to get as full as often as we expected, so.
Yeah, well, sometimes DMs are lazy, so.
So meta.
She sees one of the kids throw food in the background, and she's like, "Hey, you better stop that. I don't want any of our people having to clean up after you." And the kid sits down and looks very, very sheepish at that, and then she turns back to you. "I'm sorry, what was that?"
Nothing. Thanks for talking with me, Beltro.
"Of course, Tom."
I'll just go back to the table with, Gil and Ahi and all them.
You can actually see, in that time, Lex is, some of the kids that were, with Ulrich and Ursa actually come over to him at one point, and I guess to the rest of you guys as well, and say, "Thanks again for helping us out yesterday. It was really cool when you tried to attack that guy, but it was also really cool when you, sir, you blocked him. That was a cool exchange."
That was a cool exchange.
Yes.
Because kids talk like that.
He's a fucking nerd. He's gonna get bullied here.
That was
Make sure of it.
That was like super anime.
Hey, lessons you can learn here, Belchero's. Friends don't let friends do stupid ass shit. Oh, excuse me. I'm pardon my language.
Stupid ass stuff.
Stupid ass stuff. But look, kids, if you study hard and you stick around here, you can become. Look at this fella, a white whistle straight out of Belchero's. And I kind of put my arm on Juro's shoulder.
He smiles slightly at that, but doesn't say anything.
And right over here, up and coming champion of the whole, Ahi. And I kind of, if it's visible, I'll kind of rattle Ahi's blue whistle.
Yeah, I keep
I'll do a woohoo, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
One of the kids actually asks Lex, is like, "Hey, do you actually have that sword with you? That was really cool. I kind of wanted to look at it a little bit more." And he was like, "Oh, no, I don't have it with me, but I don't know, I could go get it sometime and bring it back and show you guys." And they're like, "Yeah, we want to see it." And they say like, "Hey, do you mind showing us some of your other cool artifacts? It looks like you've got some neat things on you." And he Lex always has a few just things here and there on him, and he was like, "Yeah, kid's all right." And he gets up from the table and starts showing them off to everybody.
Aw. I think I'll say, I'm gonna go, Lex, I was talking to Beltro about taking some of the kids on a short excursion into the first layer sometime. You should come with us. It'd be good to have extra help keeping them in line,
Yeah, I guess I could do that. Sure you want me around for that?
Oh, I think you're better with the kids than you think, Lex.
All right, I'll give it a shot. And then some other kid tugs on him and was like, "Hey, show me that thing." I was like, all right.
Show me that thing, an actual flamethrower.
Yeah, he's got a pocket flamethrower on him and starts
So, a lighter?
Yeah. It's like a butane lighter, like one of the really powerful butane lighters, and he starts doing tricks with it. And all the kids are like, "Whoa, that's so cool!" Dude, do you guys do anything else in this party?
Yeah, I whip out some balloons and make balloon animals.
Dude, nice. Some of the younger kids appreciate that. Some of the older kids are like, "That's a little lame, dude."
Hey, I'll have you know that I know how to make balloon animals in real life, so fuck you.
Do you actually?
Yes. I used to be really good at it, actually.
Where did you acquire this skill?
Don't worry about that. I had strange interests. Okay.
Ian Tance, man of mystery.
At one point, Ursa actually comes over and completely just inserts herself in here and plops down next to you, Tom. And she actually has that flower tucked behind her ear that you gave her. And it's like, "Hey, what's up, you guys? I hear you're pretty good cave raiders. How does this Tom hold up? He's only like a year older than me."
Better than you.
Hey, you haven't even seen me cave raid before.
Yeah, but I've seen you attempt to fight. Remember? Remember that time?
Ahi, you're like...
Remember that time I kicked your ass really hard?
Yeah, I do, Ahi, but you're like 4 years older than me, and you're strong, you got big bulging muscles, and... Alright? You're strong, okay? I get
You're
it.
making me blush.
I know that, like, we wouldn't know that this ever happened, but honestly, it's pretty on par for Ahi's personality, so just, I don't even blink at that.
Take it in stride.
Yeah.
Especially...
Hey, Ursa,
yeah.
you see this? You see this harpoon on my arm right here? I'll have you know that I have personally shot Tom with this harpoon at least twice. And look at him, spry as a fiddle.
It's true, he did, and I hold up my, like, scarred arm.
her eyes kind of go wide a little bit at that, and it's like, "Whoa, Tom, you've been through some stuff."
It went right between the bones. Clean shot.
Well, damn, it looks like you're not only cute, but strong as well. And she gives you a hard hit on the shoulder.
No, I'm not doing this with you.
You started it.
How?
Oh god, this is what I wanted, that Morgan Potter fucking gender bent.
All I did was be nice to a child.
That's 1 year younger than you.
You gave her a flower.
Not a
God,
sexual flower, just a nice flower.
Well, she took it the wrong way.
Fucking pureblood white privileged Tom taking pity on an orphan kid.
Well, damn, fine. I won't be nice to them if I'm gonna get
generous of you, Tom.
preyed upon.
We're not preying upon you. It's just for the best interest of the podcast, we probably shouldn't go too deep into that for all of our listeners' benefit.
For the non-existent romance that's never going to happen.
I don't know. Do our listeners want to hear myself and Morgan flirt over each other? Man,
that'll be a Patreon stretch goal.
There you go.
Hey, one-sided love is a very real thing. It's realistic.
You're so right. You're so right.
And maybe one day, Tom could grow to love Ursa.
Aww.
It's like Naruto and Hinata.
I already have a woman in my life, and it's the Abyss.
No, the woman in your life is the fucking ground fox.
The ground fox?
The wonderful name you came up with for that one creature.
Yeah. Fine, God, I'll just come up with random nonsensical names if that's what you want from me.
It's probably going to be better than fucking ground fox.
Hey, Don't talk shit about the ground fox.
It's an endangered species, I'll have you know.
Oh boy.
All right, you know what? Fine.
Closer
Come up.
to like real names, honestly. Like,
I mean, come up with an animal name right now. Right now. Do it. Give me an animal name.
Argos will deep swallow.
The belching ragamuffin.
Pretty good.
Did you Google that?
No? What? How would I?
What would he possibly enter into Google to have that coming up?
D&D animal names?
Belching ragamuffin? No one has that poor naming skills.
Anyway, Tom, it's your body, your choice. If you don't want to reciprocate her feelings, you don't have to.
I'm not having this conversation. This is not happening.
Hey, Tom, I noticed you always wear a glove on your right arm. What's up with that?
Keeps lotion in it like that guy from Mice and Men.
Yeah, Ursa, there's a really good reason why Tom's right hand is way stronger than his left hand.
You always keep lotion on your right hand. What's up with that, Tom?
Why do you guys treat me this way?
We're not treating you like anything. We're just role playing.
Good role playing. I don't know what your problem is. Sounds like you're being the crazy one here.
Morgan, if you didn't want to get into preteen erotic roleplay, why did you join this podcast?
I'm asking myself why I joined this podcast right now.
What part of D&D/anime fun times did you not understand?
How many school time animes have we watched at this point, Morgan? Just
Two?
channel your inner Kaguya. Come on.
It's just 2.
You are president.
God, I wish I was president.
Hi, Cho.
President.
Next scene.
Yeah. God, get me out of this. Let's just say I just shake off Ursa and continue on with my life.
Can I use my daddy reflexes to like play defense for Tom when he sees how uncomfortable he is?
You know what? Go for it. Are you gonna play that out in any way, or just say that?
Just Daddy Gil saves me, and then we move on with our lives.
I'm literally just gonna like sit down between Tom and Ursa.
I would like to give Ursa forward.
Ahi, do you actually just hate me?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay. Ursa
I'm not capable of spending fate points. Only the players are.
Ursa gets up on her own and is like, "All right, I've hung out with the adults long enough. Tom, let me know if you ever want to hang out anytime." And she gives you a knee to the back as she walks away.
Just fucking breaks my spine casually.
Knee to the back? As you do.
Absolutely cripples.
The ultimate flirtation move, crippling them.
There's Tsundere, and then there's Ursa. I was more thinking like as she's walking by, when her legs lifts up, she just kind of bumps into his back. Not fucking like,
Catch you
not
later,
like
buddy.
WWE.
Pains him over his knee.
Fucking suplexes him.
I'll crawl my way back up to the table and go, Gil, you gotta help me. I didn't know what I was getting myself into.
Hey, honestly, kid, I'm not quite sure what to do in this situation. My wife latched onto me back like 42 years ago, and I could never say no.
42 years? How old is Gil?
Gil, how old are you?
It's not 42. I forget how old I said Gil as.
I thought he was in his mid-40s.
Hold on.
Oh, God, they've known each other for a while. I mean, Finn is like 20 years old, so...
I know, I'm just kidding. It's improv, okay? It's hard. There's a lot of pressure.
No, but.
I don't have his age written down anywhere.
Born August 4th, 1955.
Yeah, there you go.
That's Billy Bob Thornton. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
This is just the Wikipedia entry for Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Gil is like late 40s.
Wow, Gil, you directed All the Pretty Horses in Jane Mansfield's Car?
Really
Yeah,
like
I'm
you
a
as Sling
big-
Blade, Gil.
I'm a big Cormac McCarthy fan.
Okay, alrighty.
Hey,
So-
Tom, no means no. That's all you got to know.
Nick
Okay.
Potter plays a highly, highly aggressively sexual underage girl.
That's tsundere.
That's something.
That's not tsundere.
It makes me deeply
It's
uncomfortable
like
is
the
what it is.
opposite.
Yeah, I guess it. Hmm.
At no point in that exchange did Ursa call Tom a baka.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. Trying to think of a character. It's not Helga.
Can we go to the next scene, please?
Yeah, alright. Anyway, so is there anything else that you guys want to do?
Jesus
Here,
Christ,
before we
no, get
move
me
on.
out of here.
I take Tom home.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so well, before that happens, Jiro says to meet him in a couple days' time in the morning, outside of the entrance to the abyss.
Wait, before that, you said you had something to tell me about my son?
Well, let's talk about that later, Gil, when we're going down together.
All right. Nothing wrong with a walk and talk.
This entire time, Lex has just been like playing with the kids, like doing tricks and stuff for them.
Aw.
Memories of his dead son floating through his mind.
Something like that, yeah.
He needs to be a surrogate papa. Are we gonna move on?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see. So, nothing else. Do we skip 2 days in time, or do you guys want to do anything else in this time?
Well, we don't have money. There's nothing
You
on
do have money, but like you guys collectively have a lot of money still.
We don't.
Let
We
me-
spend it all on. Every time we come back, we spend it all on Abyss shit.
What?
Yeah.
My
let me
character
s-
sheet says 9 gold.
No, really? No, I still have a bunch of gold.
I
Yeah.
have 0 gold and I lent 210 to Gil.
Yeah, I think we balled out on the. Was it the pillow?
Maybe
It
it's
was one of the expensive items I put a bunch of money into at the last end.
yeah. Maybe it's just Ahi that's still filthy rich.
Yeah, I got a lot of gold still on mine.
And you got over 2,000 left.
What the fuck?
Ahi, I thought you'd be the most broke out of all of us.
Gotta save up to get the good stuff.
Well, remember after the big 10,000 gold prize, Tom, you bought the Busy Bee, and Gil, you bought the shield, but Ahi didn't get the big ticket item. She just got the pillow.
How much was the pillow? Do you have the old prices sitting around still?
Ooh, I do in my notes somewhere.
Yeah, I thought we went like we pooled money for the pillow because we said we were gonna like rotate it around.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either. I remember us talking about, I distinctly remember he's saying, I'm fine with sharing the pillow during certain situations as long as we know that it is mine.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
okay.
sounds
Never mind.
familiar.
Yeah, the pillow was only 800 gold. The Busy Bee, or Busy Bug, whatever you want to call it, was 3,000. The compression
What is
cube
it?
was 2,000.
Gotcha.
And the fuck, where's the Salisbury shield? That was 4,000. So
that must be what I borrowed the money from Tom for it then.
yeah.
Alright, well, let's just say during the 2 days, I'll like hang out at the orphanage a little bit, and I don't know, like read books to kids or the much younger kids or something.
You sure you want to be around there, Tom?
I'm gonna specifically hang out with the much younger kids and try to rope Ahi into hanging out with me.
As soon as I get any whiff of that, that's when Ahi will take her opportunity to go visit the store to see if they've restocked on anything new.
Ahi, why do you hate me?
What are you talking about? Listen, my mind is on delving.
What about delving the depths of our friendship?
You do that later.
Delving any interpersonal contacts.
That's I mean, I just don't want to be late. Is
There-
there anything new?
there's nothing new there, unless
It won't hurt to check again later, maybe.
If
there-
we weren't already an hour and a half into nonsensical bullshit, I would absolutely force a scene where I make you roleplay having fun with me. But
Do it.
do it right now. Do it, pussy.
do you want me to make you suffer through this?
I want to see you try.
I'm asking Ian if he wants this.
Do what you must. Good role playing sometimes is not comfortable.
All right, fine. It's the next day. It's bright and early in the morning, and I show up at Beltro's, and I'm like, I don't know. I guess I pass Beltro in the hallway. I'm like, hey, Beltro, I wanted to hang out with Ahi. Can you point me in the direction of her room or wherever she is?
Oh, Tom. It's good to see you again here. Yeah, Ahi's room is and she like gives you quick directions to where Ahi's room is. Yeah, definitely just like knock on her door and yeah, it should be good.
All right. Do you have any tips for making her not run away from me?
I can't say that I found any over these years, so good luck.
All right, thanks. All right, I go and I knock on her door. I don't say anything because I want to increase my chances of Ahi actually opening the door.
Who is it? Clearly still asleep.
It's Tom.
Why?
Because I want to be your friend, and I try to open the door.
You are my friend. It's clearly locked. It's clearly locked. We are friends, Tom.
Ahi, we're gonna hang out together, and I'm gonna make you hang out with me.
I don't have
Let
time.
me in. Let me in.
Maybe in a couple days.
You know what? I go get Ulrich and Ursa, and I'm like, I need you to pick this lock for me.
They both recognize that it's Ahi's door, and Ulrich is like, I'm not sure I want to deal with that. But Ursa's like, you know what? I'm going to get back at her. Let's do it.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Ursa. Let's do this.
I'm actually going to do a quick roll for this.
I roll to notice.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, do that.
That's a 2. I'll keep it as it is.
Yeah.
You're definitely still sleeping.
That's actually good. So she starts picking the lock, and it doesn't take her very long. It's only like 30 seconds, and you don't hear it initially, but like right before she actually turns the lock, you hear a distinct click come out of it, and then like a couple seconds later, she actually turns the key, and the door is open. So you know that they're coming in. Like,
I rise from my bed like fucking Nosferatu.
All right, I'm gonna say, Ahi, it's noon, because I imagine it took a while to do this. It's noon. I know you're awake. I'm gonna come in. We're gonna hang out, and I open the door.
Please, come on in.
I enter. Does Ahi kill me on sight?
She just sits there on her bed, just like waiting to see what it is that you came for.
I brought homemade steak on a stick.
Oh, hell yeah.
I passed you a steak on the stick.
Toss me a couple, brother.
All right, so we eat steak on a stick, and I'm like, what do you do for fun besides checking for more artifacts in the shop?
Ursa is also there and is like, do I get steak on a stick?
No, get out.
Oh. All right. Well, you're welcome. And she storms off, frustrated.
No, hang on. I take it back. I'll say, no, it's just me and Ahi time. I'll hang out with you later, Ursa. Thank you for opening the door.
Thank you. And it's okay if you don't like me. I was just teasing you yesterday. And she hurries off.
And I'll call after, I value your friendship.
Yeah, thanks, I guess. Whatever.
Wow, Tom, you really manipulated them there.
Yeah, by offering my friendship and goodwill, I really manipulated them.
You used her heart against her. That's
Truly.
absolutely devious, and you should feel horrible.
Tom plays an innocent character, but really, he's the most manipulative of them all.
I see that as having no effect on Tom.
All right, I wanna hang out with Ahi. What's a good time for Ahi?
Usually I just sleep and then I go down to the whatever the equivalent of the docks are when it's a hole instead of the ocean. And then I try to make some money and see if I can, save up for a good artifact. And I come home and, read a little bit about artifacts and the abyss, and then I go back to bed. But, I really don't have to do that anymore because I am richer than God. So mostly I just hang out here and sleep.
Damn, Ahi sounds like me, just hanging out and sleeping all day.
Hell yeah.
Let's just say Ahi and I just spend time together, like walking around the streets of
I
the.
don't know. Yeah, I think you could probably make that happen. Yeah.
Yeah. It's mostly just Ahi going about her business and Tom tagging along. Like, just saying, I'm gonna hang out with you. Should we roll?
In particular? Yeah, what should we roll to see how awkward it is?
I can roll my positive charisma.
And one thing is a suggestion for you guys to do is that you are about to go on like a 2-week to possibly month-long excursion down into the abyss. You could go prepare for that and get supplies. That could be an activity.
Okay, yeah, let's say we do that. And just kind of general walking around town kind of stuff. And the whole time I'm just desperately trying to talk to Ahi and make her talk to me.
For the listeners, Ahi rolled a -1 on positive charisma and Tom rolled a +4. He's really putting his best foot forward.
-1 sounds pretty on par for Ahi.
Really, it could have been much worse.
Yeah, that's actually, because the natural on that is a -2.
Yeah, could be worse.
So at the end of the day, do I get a little notification that says, I feel Ahi and I have grown closer?
You do that. I don't know if the same happens with Ahi to you, but...
Yeah, you have gained 1 respect point, and you may spend it as you wish.
Yes.
All the Ahi goods and services listed in the PDF that I sent you, the 47-page PDF that I emailed you.
Yes, that I have absolutely memorized. All right, that satisfies me. I have made Ahi hang out with me. I accomplished what I wanted to do.
Nice.
For a long day, Ahi goes home. Well, that was weird.
Well,
I like to think on my way out, I'm like, Beltro, I did it. I hung out with Ahi all day.
She actually raises an eyebrow at that, and it's like, well, that's an accomplishment that I haven't heard that too many people have actually gone through, so good job.
Yeah. I'm exhausted, though. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, bye!
Okay, bye!
We did it.
Dude, and you guys now have supplies.
Yeah.
We've got supplies, and the most important thing, friendship.
Whoa!
Yeah. I'd like to say, as always, I have my several Tupperwares of spaghetti dinner prepared before we go in the hole.
Cool.
That's so non-efficient for space. You're going backpacking.
I don't care.
You really need to invest into an artifact that can condense and make those last a little bit longer.
Yeah, if we can
Make
find
the trail ready.
if we can find like a spaghetti vacuum sealer artifact.
Well, wait, you have that cube, right? Can we try putting the spaghetti into the cube?
It doesn't work in organic matter.
No.
Definitely, trust me, I've thought about it extensively.
If we get a petrification artifact, we can petrify and unpetrify it. Petrify it, put it into the space saver, unpetrify it.
Dang. Well, I'm still gonna bring spaghetti dinner because I want it.
God, that's something that I would have never thought of, but I think that would work with the rules. Like, if you could turn something to stone and then turn it back, then that would probably work.
Well, now we just need to find the fucking Medusa head artifact. And we're good to go.
And then the anti-Medusa head.
That's the Medusa foot.
Does Gil have anything that he wants to do?
Yeah, I think there comes a point in an old man's life where he realized maybe young people want to hang out with other young people without an old leathery guy there. So Gil will let Ahi and Tom have their little outing for the couple days. But also, Gil's been putting on like a happy face, but I think after everything that's happened and everything he's learned from like the encounter with Bondred, he's pretty like fucked up.
Yeah.
Knowing that like Finn is complicit in these like child experiments. So I think Gil's gonna spend the few days just kind of like training. It's like in his hotel room, like doing push-ups. And also I wanted to go out to like maybe kind of down a little bit into the hole and just find a big sheer wall. And Gil's gonna kind of like test the limits of the compression cube.
Good. I was wondering when you're gonna do that. We can get into specifics because it does have very specific rules.
So, as far as I know so far, the rules are like you have to very clearly visualize the shape you want to absorb to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It has to be able to fit if you're going to release the shape.
That one, just because that one was a little bit unclear last time we did it, and I haven't there's a couple ways that could happen. So how it works is that when you press the button to release something, and I guess when you suck something in, it's almost like it very, very rapidly minimizes it and maximizes it into the cube. So I think that at that one time when you'd sucked a sphere out and you're trying to put it back in the wall, it like expands to fill it. So
yeah,
it will expand to fit that space. And I'm thinking, I was kind of on the fence initially about like if you were to put that on the ground and press the cube, what would happen? And I think I've settled on if you do that, it will expand out and kind of like launch the cube away. And
that's what I was going to ask. Like, what would the force be? Like, because I was thinking, could I use that to like launch, like propel myself upwards?
I think it would be, it is an incredibly strong force and you could do that, but it would be very violent.
Okay.
So like you'd have to like definitely make a roll to like do something like that to make it succeed properly and not just fucking fling you off somewhere.
Gotcha.
But there are still other parts of it that you can explore with.
Okay, so the first thing Gil's going to do is kind of just incrementally test a bigger and bigger sphere out of like a sheer wall.
Yes, good.
Trying to find if there's an upper limit.
Cool. What increments do you go by? Well, I don't know how much we want to fucking roleplay this out, but it does have a size limit, and if you want, I can just give it to you.
I mean, I'd probably go up like a meter in radius each time, something like that.
Yep. Once you get to 6 meters, it errors out.
Okay. Once he hits that limit, he's gonna go. So like that's on the sheer rock wall.
Yes.
Then he would go do it on the ground where it's like a less dense material and try the same thing.
If you're imagining a 6 meter sphere, it does not work.
Okay, gotcha.
Can I ask a question about when you're pulling it out of the wall and putting it back? Does it go back as a complete wall, or does it go back as like is a sphere of it now like loose from the wall?
It is a loose sphere.
Okay.
So it's almost like it carves it out like by the molecule.
Gotcha. And you said it didn't work on the dart at all?
He's specifically trying size things right now. So he just tried a 6 feet dirt sphere and it did not work.
And we said that's 6 meter radius, correct?
I was thinking diameter. in that case.
Okay, next thing he would try is to do a very thin, long object, like way longer than 6 meters.
No,
So like
it does not
okay.
work.
Okay, so it's within the 6 meter limit. Gotcha.
Well, so you said you went up in increments of 1 meter, and in this case, diameters, and when you got to 6, it stopped working.
Okay. Well, I was going up by 6. Doesn't matter. All right, I'm trying to think if there's any other constraints I would want to test.
See if you can pull specific shapes.
He's already done that in the past.
Yeah, I did that before.
What granularity? Could you pull a marble statue out of like a piece of marble and then put it down as a complete statue?
I
Yeah.
think it's pretty much what I can clearly vision mentally.
Do you remember that one time he made he pulled out a stone head in the shape of your face? His face?
Yeah, I did not until you said that.
An obscure little tidbit from our podcast. Good small pieces of lore. Only the true fans remember the small moments like that.
Oh, what? Like you and
The person who has to edit everything and has probably listened to it like 4 times.
I don't know. I can't really think of anything else right now. You guys have any suggestions?
I do not. This kind of thing is over my head.
so when you tried to pull up the dirt, what was stopping you?
I was basically testing if it was a volume or a mass limit. It's the volume, not the.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much essentially there with all the rules. So
Okay.
So it's a volume, but even if it's lower volume, it still can't exceed any width of it exceeding 6 meters.
Yeah, so something that's less dense, I still can't pick it up bigger than 6 meters.
Once again, you were doing it in 1 meter increments, and at 5 it worked, and at 6 it didn't.
Okay, well, I'll go back and do it in decimeter increments.
Okay, it stops working at 5.1, but it does work at 5.
I'll go to centimeter increments then.
5.01 meters does not work, but 5 does.
Okay.
Wait, so what was the point of that?
I wanted to clarify.
5.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you said a 6 meter diameter worked.
No.
I thought I heard you say that as well.
Once you get to 6 meters, it stops working.
Okay, so it is a 5 meter diameter.
Yes.
limit.
Going in 1 meter increments, it works at 5 and stopped working at 6. But then you got fixated on the 6. I'm like,
Wait. Let me try millimeters now.
5.001 meters does not work, but 5 does.
Fuck it, picometers.
Oh fuck. It's to the negative 12, I think.
I don't even remember off the top of my head.
But you can pick up dirt. And dirt is primarily not, primarily a dead plants and stuff.
I'm satisfied with my findings. To settle, I am going to absorb, just from the sheer side of like solid rock wall, I'm going to absorb a shape that is a 2.5 diameter sphere with a 2.5 meter long spike coming out of one side of it.
So the total length is still 5 meters, right?
Yes.
Then that works.
Okay, cool. I wasn't testing that. I'm just letting you know that is the shape that Gil is going to settle on having in the cube for now.
Gotcha. Yep.
So a big sphere with just a thin spike on one side.
Gotcha. Oh,
And
God.
when and where are you doing this?
While you and Tom are having your little market shopping spree, I'm just going down, like, just past, like, the edge of the abyss to, like, train.
One thing I want to clarify, when you suck that up, in relation to the cube, which way is the spike facing?
Away from it.
Okay. Because and you've already figured this out from before, but when you release it, it comes out in the exact same orientation relative to the cube as you sucked it up. So if you suck it up with a spike going away from the cube, when you release it, it will release away from the cube as well.
Yep, that's what I figured.
Cool.
That's what I want it for.
Jesus Christ, that sounds horrifying. You're going to stab the ever-loving fuck out of something.
Or someone.
Wait, hold on. You could make a box that's 5 meters by 5 meters with 1 meter thick or half a meter thick walls.
You can try that. There is a problem there.
Did you try that while I was in the bathroom or something?
It's
I
going by
be able
those.
to suck in a hollow object, because where would the mass inside the object go?
I assume it would just be left where it was. I don't really. So it like physically gets sucked in.
You could try that. You could try that real quick.
I'll try making a hollow object.
If you did a square with 5 meter sides,
Well,
then,
obviously
then
that
wouldn't
wouldn't
work.
fit within the sphere. I'll try a 3
Because the diagonal's longer than 5.
I mean, just the edges wouldn't fit. Like the corners of the cube would be sticking out of the sphere. I'll try a 3 meter diameter sphere that's hollow.
It works, and the hollow part planks on the inside of the open cavity that you just created.
Cool.
And just so I can fucking clarify, so we don't get into any fucking stupid thing. No single dimension of the object can exceed 5 meters. I think you've done enough testing for me to clarify.
I'm so sorry that I said 5 by 5 cube.
Yeah.
I was not thinking of point to point. How foolish of me.
Wait, so 5 by 5 cube would work?
It would not.
It would not, because the point to point is above 5.
Yeah.
I think you need to test what happens when you put that around other options. Like, try to put it back around the sphere that you left. Try to put it around some dirt. Try to put it around maybe a stump or something.
Oh, fuck. You know what? Oh, God. I'm going back into the rules of that, and I think you're right, Ian, initially. With the way that it sucks it up, I don't think that would work.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Because you said it was like, I'm picturing like literally sucking in and out, so I didn't think you could make a hollow thing.
You know what? Yeah.
Does the stuff it's sucking up become like a liquid or something? Because like
no, it like literally miniaturizes it. Like imagine it just shrinking to a minuscule size and then going in the cube.
Yeah, especially because we said if I release something, it could push me upwards. I assume you couldn't suck in a shape and leave something.
All right. So make a hollow sphere with a 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter hole in it on the side away from you.
It wouldn't work because it wouldn't be able to fit around.
It wouldn't have to. Like, what's the limit of it shrinking? Does it apply pressure on what's inside it?
I try that.
Like, does it crush the stone inside it and extrude it as sand?
Right, yeah. Okay, let me oh boy. Let me just say that there can be no enclosed spaces within the object that you have.
So I can make a hollow, but there has to be some, at least small opening.
Yes, and it has to be at least somewhat relative to the size of the hollow point that you put inside. Like Ian was saying, or else it would just get fucking absolutely obliterated and crushed.
Gotcha.
Let's see. What about imagine the shape of a stemless wine glass. Now slice that horizontally, so it's like a horseshoe, but like imagine a horseshoe bent in.
Yeah.
So you could make that, obviously, but now start rotating that around the axis of that, making a 3D object. At what point is the limit in which you cannot make that object?
Right, yeah, I know what you're saying, and it's kind of hard to say. You know, when I initially...
We're getting to the point where this is like too intelligent for Gil to even consider, so I'm not going to worry about
it. Okay, that's a good limitation.
Damn.
Yeah, this is getting into when you create an object and you don't really realize the ramifications of like how fucking detailed it needs to be to really understand how it works.
I just want a ball with a spike on it.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Cool.
I'd like to make a kobold artificer, and I would like to clone myself, kill my clone for full XP, and repeat that process. I think that
airs
was
out.
in like 3.5 or something that was actually possible.
Yeah.
Within
3.5
like a
is.
day's time, you can be level 20.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. We have to move on now. You guys do those activities. I guess maybe over the course of 2 days. Is there any other activities you want to do before you meet Jiro in the morning on the second day, or I guess the third day? In 2 days' time, 48 hours is what he meant.
We don't have to roleplay it, but I would like to pressure Belchero for more information on my mother's artifact.
What exactly would you like to know?
She did say, or non-committally said that she would eventually give me the exact location of it. With the trust that I wouldn't go for it, I would like exact notes on where it is.
Yes, she has promised you that, but she absolutely will not give that to you right now.
All right, fair enough.
Cool.
But it's been a couple days since she said that, so it is time to badger her.
Her answer has not changed.
Excellent. Let's
Cool.
get in that hole.
All right. So, you guys go to the entrance of the abyss, and you see Jiro there, along with Shigi is actually there with them, and they are conversing. And the first thing that actually catches your eye is Jiro is wearing a pack that is absolutely fucking enormous. It's like twice the size of him, and if you had to guess just by looking at it, it probably weighs like 200 to 300 pounds just by the size of it. But he seems absolutely unfazed by it and seems to just be walking around normally.
And I look at how the pack slouches and moves as he turns. Is the pack lighter or is he stronger?
The pack seems to be actually weighing that much. You can see because there's a lot of strain on the it looks like the straps themselves are made out of this like really, really strong material, and it's like pressing into the clothes on the front of him really hard, but he himself seems to be pretty unfazed by it.
It looks about right to me.
Cool.
I'm sorry, this is Shiggy or Jiro?
Jiro is wearing that pack. Shigi is just chatting with him.
All right, well, I'm going to walk up and be like, hey, Jiro, what's up with that crazy backpack? Or crazy pack?
Oh, hey, you three. Well, I usually take supply runs whenever I go down to the Seeker camp, because Ozen does tend to have some peculiar tastes, and I try to get as much as I can to appease her. And because she spends so much time down there, she doesn't really get much of a chance to come to the surface and get foreign goods or anything like that. So I try to take as much stuff down as I can.
What kind of stuff is she into?
She's into some pretty weird stuff. She has weird tastes when it comes to food. So I've got like pickled chicken feet, which is, I don't know, I've had it before. They're pretty okay, but there's some like weirder stuff. Like I've got some monkey brains, which I've never actually even seen a monkey before, but seems...
Wait, who are you taking this to? Ozen?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Maruk for a second. I was like, what the hell?
Her pockets are full of monkey brains.
Well,
That's what the little headband pockets are full of.
Well, it's, just to clarify, that these are all in like jars that are kind of scattered around, and there's also just like regular supplies that he's taking down. It's not like all just weird shit.
Go ahead.
I was just being like, how are you carrying that?
Oh, I have some artifacts that kind of help me with strength stuff, but I'm also just kind of used to carrying around big packs.
Like what kind of artifacts specifically, though?
He just smiles and flexes a little bit, and it's like, stuff that makes me stronger.
Fair
These
enough.
guns right here flex super hard.
Out of character, Ian, would Ahi kill Jiro to get the pins to Ozen if he was using them?
I was gonna pull him aside before we started walking down there. Because, like, clearly he's, he gets along with Ozen, so, like, he probably wouldn't be hiding one from her, I assume. I don't know. We'll have to find out shortly.
Shiggy, you coming down with us?
Oh, no. I was actually just chatting with Jiro before he was heading out. It's good to see you guys again. It's been a little bit.
Yeah, what's going on, Shiggy?
We were just kind of discussing some things that we've been working on for some time. We've got some ideas for artifacts that we can put together and make some cool new things. Jiro will probably talk to you a little bit more about it on the way down, but yeah, I think you guys will be really interested and happy to see what we've come up with. And he has this big grin on his face.
Shiggy, what do you have up your sleeve?
Oh, you'll see.
Did you say making artifacts or making with artifacts?
Making with artifacts.
Gotcha. I was about to say, excuse me? You guys need to go without me because...
Shiggy is one of the old gods.
All right, well, if there's nothing more you guys wish to say to, like, Shiggy, then you guys can just be on your way.
I'm gonna wait until we've started down a little bit, and Shiggy's, walked back a good distance.
Mm-hmm.
Jiro, actually, real quick, I have a question for you. It's related to Ozen. If I could talk to you aside for just a sec.
Oh, yes, sure.
Why are you so damn strong? You got one of those pins?
He raises
Subtle.
he raises an eyebrow at you and says, How do you know about those pins?
I heard, just heard that our friend Ozen has a monopoly on those pins, and I was just wondering.
Bigger eyebrows raised is like, where did you hear that from? Did you hear it from her?
It's scuttlebutt. So you wouldn't have one, would you?
He leans in close to you and says, don't you worry too much about that. And Ozen knows. Let's just say, if you get on her real good side, then she helps you out.
I hate to push this further, but is that a yes or a no to the pin situation?
Well, you can't really see it right now as I'm wearing this pack, but I'll just say yes. And he gives you a little smile.
Okay. And as long as she knows.
But then his face instantly becomes serious and goes, that does not mean that you can keep any for yourself.
I would never do that.
He stares at you intently and intensely and says, I have a feeling she'd probably talk to you about that. If you find a pin, make sure you take it to her first.
I know. I'm not looking to get carved up. And I guess with that, should just start heading down the path.
Sounds
so,
good.
Potter, it's never like fully gone into in the show, but mechanically, when you put a pin in your muscle, does it only strengthen the muscle you put it into?
It is kind of vague, but we kind of talked about it before when Ozen addressed it to Ahi the first time, and how I kind of see it is that it does strengthen the muscle group around you more than everywhere else, but a single pin will affect pretty much your entire strength. But there's a reason why she put it in strategic locations around her body, because she did specifically say that in the manga and the show, that they are strategically placed. But the description of it says that a single pin will give you the strength of 1,000 men. So I have a feeling it's kind of both.
Cool.
And I think I mentioned that, like, if you had a single pin, and your back would probably be the best place to put it, you know what I mean? Because that's kind of like your center.
Put them all in your butt so you can do mad squats.
Oh, hell yeah.
Say Kegels. We are not original.
Oh, God. I have the hardest boner. Anyway, all right. So, you guys go back to the party. Gil, Tom, do you question that at all?
No, I think I got bigger things on my mind. Just kind of let it go.
Gil smiles. He's just happy to see Ahi talking to people.
Oh,
Aww.
and it was on her own volition, too.
Maybe one day she'll talk to me.
Aww. I pat Gil on the arm. It's all right, buddy. I followed her around for a whole day, and she didn't really talk to me much, so don't feel bad.
What are you talking about? I said lots of things like, so what kind of rations do you think we should pick up this time?
And what kind of artifacts do you think we'll find?
Hey, that's personal. I would never bring.
All right, well, you guys are just walking down, and Jiro has some stuff to say, but if you guys want to, like, I don't know, naturally flowing conversation at this point, you guys are basically just walking down the path. Would any of you guys start a conversation first before he starts chatting away?
I don't think I would. I think I'm still just kind of taking everything in, enjoying being in the hole.
Keep in mind for Tom, this is fucking Jiro, the new White Whistle, one of the caretakers of Rika when she was a kid. So
That's true, but he's also pretty obviously depressed.
he's actually, after the events of the previous day, especially today, he's like definitely appearing a little more chipper than he was before. But like, you've probably heard stories about him. I mean, fucking Illith mentioned it in the White Whistle ceremony. He is pretty like straight-faced always. Like he does not show much emotion just in general.
Mm.
So he just appears to be back to normal today, or he's actually chipper today?
He seems not as distraught as before, so he seems mostly normal, his normal self. And
Okay.
yeah,
not necessarily chipper.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that we never addressed, I know, Ian, we talked about it a little bit beforehand, but fucking Ahi was 8 years old at the time that the events of the show took place, because it's 10 years previously. So she was definitely at the orphanage at the same time Jiro was. And we haven't said it like in recording before, but I think we've pretty much just established that they kind of know of each other. But
It's not like they hung out. Like,
yeah, exactly. So, like, I think also Jiro, because I imagine that he left the orphanage not too long after Rico went down. He probably, like, at least initially didn't recognize you because you're, like, way, way older. But, like, he has since, like, obviously caught on and knows who you are, but just hasn't really addressed it.
Yeah, the same. I mean, I assume that if we were just walking down the street, if he wasn't, a black whistle or a white whistle, I don't think he would think twice about him either.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and you guys haven't really had a chance to even really converse without a bunch of other shit going on anyway, so this is kind of like, if you want to mention the fact that he was one of your teachers back when you were first growing up at the orphanage, this is the time to do that if you would so desire. Yeah, that's what I would expect, so. All right.
I think Gil is just doing that thing where, like, you've pestered someone about something and they're like, we'll get to it. So you, like, don't want to bring it up, but you're just kind of, like, waiting the entire time for Jiro to bring up what he said he was going to say about Finn.
Yeah, he quickly notices that that you're looking at him expectantly, and once you guys kind of get away from the town proper, and he's like, all right, Gil, I can tell you want to talk a little bit more about Finn, so I'm sorry we had to wait a little while, but it looks like we're in a safe place for now. So
as safe as you can be.
Sorry, before you get into the conversation, are they speaking like clandestinely, or are they just kind of chatting openly?
Just kind of chatting. No, this is
Yeah.
for everyone
At this
here.
point, Gil's not trying to keep secrets from Ahi or Tom anymore.
Just because you were keeping secrets before, he has her full on peep and creeping ears out.
Cool. So yeah, the fact that you mention it, like Jiro is just kind of talking like openly about it, so everyone can hear.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he goes on and says, "Well, Bondrewd actually helped me remember something a little bit when he mentioned Finn specifically and how we came to blows. Of course, I didn't at the time knew who I was fighting, but that was just one of the people that I fought. We were kind of, in a flurry when we were trying to escape from there, and of course, everyone besides myself lost their life. So some of the details are still kind of coming back to me just because of everything that was going on. But I do remember a specific Umbra hand whose limb I cut off, and it was his left hand. So Bondrewd said that I came to blows with Finn. Oh, I apologize for anything that I might have done to him, but I will say I'm not exactly sure how Bondrewd gets people on his side, but when I was fighting him, the only reason I managed to get the upper hand on that Umbra hand was it seemed like he hesitated for a moment, almost like he was conflicted or fighting something, but it all happened in a moment, so I can't really say for sure. But there's definitely something going on there.
All right, well, I appreciate you telling me that. And listen, I don't hold any grudges against what you did in the name of self-defense and protecting the rest of those Delvers that were down there with you. I just, I know he's alive, and that's all that matters to me right now. And I guess if you're saying he doesn't want to fight, that's even better, right?
It seems to be that way. As when it came to all of the other people that I was fighting, there was definitely no hesitation from any of them. They were swift and brutal, but and I guess that's why I remember it, because it was almost jarring. So there might still be something going on there, but I cannot say for sure.
I mean, I hope if you learned anything from me out there on the sea, it's a respect for life and what it means to take it. But I hope we can find him, and you could say sorry when you see him again.
I hope we get that opportunity. Is there anything else that you want to ask him about for that specific thing?
I think Gil is like, it's such a small thing, but it makes Gil like pretty happy to hear that of all the Umber hands, Finn was the one that was like hesitant to fight.
Right, yeah.
And it's also like one of those things where like in that grim a situation, he almost doesn't want to know more.
Right, yeah.
Damn, we're at the second layer already? That's crazy.
Well, there's still more things. I was wondering if anyone was going to ask about the stuff that he and Shiggy were working on, but I was going to bring it up on my own if you weren't curious.
Honestly, I think Tom might want to ask about, Rico, since he's discovered new information with that. But honestly, I think he would know that he's going to have nothing new to say.
Oh, dude, like, this is something that I would almost compel you to ask him about. Like, one of your aspects is Rico superfan, and this is like one of the most knowing people about Rico.
At the same time, I think I'm smart enough to know that anything he would want to say has already been said in like books and interviews and stuff.
It might not necessarily be true.
All right. Then when he and Gil break off, I'll kind of saunter up, be like, "Hey, buddy."
Hey, Tom. What's up?
Listen, I I know you've probably been asked this all the time and a lot. You're probably sick of hearing it, but do, mm, I don't know. I guess I'm just curious about, Rico, the famous Rico. I don't know. I just want to know more for personal reasons. And I kind of trail off.
Yeah, yeah. He gives a little smile and is like, well, I'm sure you know that I was Liza's apprentice, and I was kind of put in charge of raising her after Liza took off. So I stuck around with her until she decided to go down in search of Liza. And man, she was a feisty one, that's for sure. But I'll I'll tell you something that I actually just recently found out. Don't go blabbing about this too much, but it's some new information that I found when I went down to go see Bondrude. I'm sure you know about the letter that Rico had sent up that has kind of been passed around detailing herself, Reg, and Nanachi.
Yeah.
So I can say with confidence that pretty much everything in that letter was true. And the little boy that she was talking about, Reg, that was with her, he really was a robot boy. I spent about a month and a half teaching him, so I got to kind of know a little bit about him. And after doing a little bit of investigation after the time that Rico had initially found him, I found what appeared to be remnants of a weapon that he used. And after reading the note, I went down and did a little bit of more investigation and found some more remnants. And when I went down to Idafront in this most recent time, if you remember, Bondrud was talking about trouble that they ran into some time ago. Well, I think I know exactly what that was, because they were still rebuilding parts of Idafront. It looked like almost a giant chunk out of the structure had been removed. And I have a feeling that has something relating to Reg, because I can't imagine anything else that could have done something like that. And Reg, Rico, and Nanachi were nowhere to be found, and knowing them, they would probably made it down to the 6th layer and below. And there's no way that they would have done that without confronting him.
I know Rico's like common knowledge to everyone. Is Reg also common knowledge?
So that was I had established that like pretty early on, but it's been a while since we've talked about it. So at the end of the show, if you remember, the three of them had sent up a package with like notes about their journey.
That's right.
Yep, and that made it to the surface, and like Nat and Shiggy actually picked up that package. So in my own canon, that has been spread around and kind of become a big, like, rumor mill and stuff like that. But there is also that one Black Whistle that Reg saved when encountering the Orb Piercer, and he saw him like use the incinerator and everything like that, and Reg specifically told him, hey, let Jiro know at Beltro Orphanage that Rico and me are continuing on our journey. So like he confirmed that was a real thing, and obviously Nat and Shiggy knew that were real, and Jiro knew who they were and what was going on. So pretty much everything up until that point in their journey down to them in the 4th layer is decently well known. But everything after that point is shrouded in mystery, so no one knows what actually happened to them after that point. All makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I guess Tom would say, I don't know, I imagine Tom wouldn't even have questioned that, Reg and all was real. I guess
Mhm.
I don't know if the thought would even have crossed his mind.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing that was like a rumor mill, as I said. Like, it's pretty confirmed that it was true, but it was also kind of based on hearsay. So,
But I guess I'll still be like, because it's coming from him. I'll be like, wow. I'm glad to hear it's really true. I assumed it was, but wow. So were you pretty close with Liza?
well, about as close as someone could be. Yeah, I was her apprentice after all.
Did she ever talk about like her family or anything?
She never really talked about her family, no. She did mention that she had relatives not in Orth, but never really mentioned anything specific about them. She always kept that kind of secret.
So was Liza born in Orth?
I'm actually not sure. I'd assume not, but I can't really say.
Yeah, on my re-listen, I realized I never actually asked to clarify if Liza was born in Orth or not.
In my own canon, how I've and because that is not established at all in the show. I think we did actually say for sure there that she was born of outside of Orth, you know, to your grandparents, and then your mom was the younger sister, and early on in your mom's life, Liza left to go for the Abyss. Kind of in the same vein as Finn, like a similar situation.
Okay. I guess I don't want to pry too much and like be obvious, so I'll just kind of be like, and kind of just fall into silence.
Yeah. And you know, as I'm saying that, I remember there's a single scene in the fucking show that shows Liza as like a 12-year-old talking to Ozen. So maybe it was really early on in her life that she wanted to go, and I don't know. Well, we'll stick with that for now.
That's all I want. I don't want to be too obvious. So I'll just kind of walk beside him.
Cool. All right. Well, if you guys don't ask about the Shiggy stuff specifically, he actually brings it up on his own and says, "By the way, guys, I do really appreciate you helping me out with the fucking Bondrood stuff the other day, and I was trying to think of the best way to reward you for that, and I was thinking about just money, but honestly, I think I've got something a little bit more special than that. It's something that I've
He
been
starts licking her lips.
It's something that I've been working on with Shiggy for a while. If you don't know, he is my apprentice, and honestly, he is a pretty good mind on his. He's got a pretty good mind, so we've been scavenging for artifacts that could make this possible, and I've been working on making it something that we can actually produce for most of the cave raiders to have. So this one is a bit of a prototype, but it should still definitely serve you guys well. And he reaches behind it in his pack and pulls out a little box, probably around like 3 inches long by like 2 inches tall, and it is covered in like a dark brown leather, and it has some dials and buttons on one of the sides of it, and on the top of it, it has a little square cutout that has black obsidian in that cutout, like obsidian glass, and he holds it out for one of you to pick up. Who fucking snatches it up first?
You know who snatches it.
I wonder.
Yeah. Is that even a question?
So you Ahi, you snatch the box up, and Jiro says, press the leftmost button on the side, and when you do that, an image starts projecting out of that the obsidian glass on the top of it, and before you is a 3-dimensional image, or a map, I should say, of the entire abyss. And it shows a little dot where exactly you guys are in the first layer right now. And a lot of the areas are like end and open spaces because they have not been mapped yet, especially down in the lower layers. Like pretty much everything past the 4th layer is very bare. And everything, there's nothing past the 5th layer at this point. But it did, like, pretty much the entire 1st and 2nd layers are very well mapped out. And in addition to the "you are here" dot that's there, it has little lines where common trails, like the main pathways and stuff, are, and they are like scattering about the abyss. And
So it's like the Marauder's map, but for the Abyss.
well, it doesn't show you where anyone else is, just where you are.
Mm.
And he says, "Yeah, that it's taken a while to put that together, but I really think that it's gonna kind of revolutionize raiding, especially in the upper layers. I'm working in a way so that anyone with one of these can actually see each other on the maps, but we haven't quite nailed that down yet. We've got a bunch of different artifacts that are kind of powering this thing, and it's taken several years to get it going, but I think, at least for what you guys are trying to do over the next little bit, it should come in handy."
Well, damn.
Bet your ass it will.
Yeah, Ozen said she was going to give us a map when we get back down to the secret camp, but you fucking blew her out of the water.
Really? I'm surprised she would even promise to do that much for you, but yeah, now she doesn't have to do the work for that, I guess.
I mean, Tom did get stabbed again, and she knew about my son, so I think it was a pity map, if anything.
Are we in the 3rd layer yet?
The 3rd layer?
I don't know. Where are we?
Morgan.
The secret camp is in the 2nd layer, and that's where we're going?
Is it in the 2nd? I thought it was in the 3rd.
Morgan.
I'm
How
sorry.
long have we been doing this podcast for?
I know. I'm
How many
sorry.
times have we watched the show?
Have you even read the manga?
I don't know. I guess I just think the layers are smaller than they are.
Yeah, well, we're kind of getting to the point where we're kind of like skipping through layers a little bit, but this is definitely a full day's trek. Actually, for a pride thing, one thing that you notice about Jiro is that he is going at a pretty intense, grueling pace, and isn't really thinking twice about it. If no one mentions it, like asks him to slow down, then you'll need to roll an athletics roll to see if you can keep up.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, I'm rolling athletics. Fuck that.
Cool. All 3 of you roll athletics. Oh no! Ahi, of all people.
Yeah, I'll do a fate point to. I'll re-roll fate point.
Oh no, zeros across the board, except for Gil with the 5.
Tracks.
I have a 2 now.
Cool.
I don't know. I feel like a 0 is pretty on par for how I've been so far.
We'll just say about by the time you get about halfway down the first layer, Gil, you're keeping up fine. Ahi, you're breathing pretty hard, but you're still keeping up okay. And Tom, you're just like really starting to feel it and like dragging your feet, and it actually takes a while for Jiro to notice. He's just like continuing walking on, like not really paying attention.
You bet your butt I don't say anything.
You start getting further and further behind.
I can do it! I can do this!
Hey, Tom, you doing all right back there?
Yeah, I'm fine. Let's keep going.
Hey, Jiro, why don't we take a little breather? I know you're a white whistle, but we still got blue whistles back here.
He turns around and looks a little surprised, and then actually looks pretty apologetic at that. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I not to be rude, but I haven't delved with anyone lower than Black Whistle status in quite some time. So, yeah, let's take a break."
It's okay. I just need a second, and it'll be good.
Hey, crack a spaghetti. Take a breather. You'll be fine.
Yeah, Jiro takes off his pack and it like. God damn it!
I'm like squirting like a water bottle in my face, like a sports player, like just cooling off,
Like a sportsman.
like a sportsman. You know those little squeezy bottles they have?
Yeah, I've seen Gatorade commercials.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, you guys have a delicious break with some well-earned spaghetti.
Yes, I pour spaghetti on my face.
Oh, Jesus.
You have spaghetti in one of those bottles, and you're like extruding it out through the weird little
Oh
pack.
God!
It's a camelback, like carefully threaded with spaghetti.
Good role playing.
When you guys get up and start walk again, Jiro makes it a point to stand around until you guys go in front of him, and he is walking in the back now.
I'm trying my best to not embarrass myself.
He's definitely like, he's completely chill. He fucking, ran part of the orphanage for a while, so
I'm a tough boy. I can do this. I'm a big tough boy.
Cool. So you guys continue on, and just for a little bit of flavor, on your way, occasionally some dangerous creatures come by, but really before you guys can even react, Jiro, if you remember the bracer that he was wearing before that he had charged up when Bondred came in, like pretty much in the blink of an eye, he charges that up, and a giant gust of wind emits from it and actually like launches the creatures that are coming after you just like out into the air. And he like just does that essentially with a flick of his wrist, and just continues walking.
Look at the flick of the wrist. The flick of the wrist. Look at the flick of the wrist.
I don't know if any of you guys would comment on that, but he's just like walking normally and doing
I think
that.
I'm just quietly impressed.
I have to give a little White Whistle power flavor every now and again, so.
Yeah, we got nothing to prove. We're not.
We get it. He's got a big backpack. He's a big, strong boy.
You guys actually get to the flip into the second layer, and you get into the inverted forest, and while you guys are making your way across the trees, because that does take a little bit longer, just because trying not to fall or whatever, you actually do see a group of purple whistles coming your way, and they shout out and greet at you guys, and they actually they notice Jiro from far away and say, "Hey, Jiro, it's good to see you again. It's been a while." And when you guys get to the same tree, they actually notice that he has the white whistle on him and just kind of go ballistic at that. And it's a group of about 4 people. They're like, "Oh, Jiro, no way! You got your white whistle? We've been stuck in the 3rd layer mapping out caves this whole time. Did you have your ceremony and everything?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah. I'm sorry you missed that, but yeah, it's all said and done. So I'm just back to raiding now." Do you guys say anything to them?
I don't think so. I'll just kind of smile and wave.
I don't know them.
And it's, as he is kind of nonchalantly just saying like, it's white whistle ceremony, all that. One of the purple whistles, a big burly guy, leans into you three and he's like, I know this guy could be boring as hell, but he means well, and he's pretty powerful too. So stick with him.
I don't know. He's been kind of a nerd since we've been down here.
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed off.
The thing jumped out at us like 50 meters ago, and we had to save his ass. It was embarrassing, really.
And Jiro's like, wait, what are you talking about? And the purple whistle just laughs. It's like, it sounds like these blue whistles are helping you out, Jiro. You gotta pull your weight sometimes. And Jiro just kind of looks a little confused at that. It's like, huh?
I'm just gonna lean over and be like, Gil, I don't think they get your sense of humor.
I think they get it, but I don't think he does.
That's okay. I'll explain it to him later.
Y'all headed back up?
Yeah, we're on our way back. We've got some new cave systems that we found out in the third layer. We've been down there for a little over a month at this point, just charting out new paths down to the fourth layer. Because I don't know if you guys have really looked into it, but oh god, the damn third layer, going through all those cave systems is quite the trek. So we're trying to make that a little bit easier on everyone.
Hey, Jiro, how long until what these guys did down there shows up on this thing? And I point to the box that he's got.
He actually gives you a look and looks worried because he forgot to say something. It totally wasn't the DM that forgot to say something, and it was totally Jiro in character forgetting to say something.
Jeez, Gil, play it cool.
I'm just talking about the map we've got rolled up in Ahi's pack. The paper map. God, we can't tell them that we've been drawing our own map of the abyss because we're cool people.
Jiro looks satisfied at that, and the purple whistle's like, "Oh yeah, we could probably add it to some of the written maps that we have going on there." We got a lot of notes. He actually whips out like a giant, like almost textbook size notebook. It's like looks to be like 300 pages thick, and he like flips through it real quick, and it has like very detailed like 3-dimensional like hand drawn cave systems that it looks like he's like tried to sculpt out of that. And he's like, yeah, we might be able to add these to some of the official maps up there. So, yeah, it's looking good.
All right, we'll check the bulletin board next time we're up there.
All right, you guys have fun. And they take off.
Nice lads.
Jiro says, oh, I'm sorry about that. I forgot to mention, try to keep that map on the down low. Not only is it incredibly valuable to the point where people would definitely try to steal it from you, but it's also relatively new, not really technology, but new ability is created. Yeah, it's something that we've been trying to keep on the down low before it gets out, because this might really revolutionize how we do cave delving in. I don't want that to get out before it's ready.
All right.
Make sure when you're done using it, you say mischief managed.
Who's this elusive mist chief you're referring to?
I'll never tell.
Okay, dude, you guys get to the secret camp, and you approach the little elevator, and it comes down, and you all ride it up, and when you ride it up, you're greeted by everyone at the secret camp, except Ozin. So, it's Maruk, Yelme, I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know how it's fucking pronounced. It's in the fucking character sheets. Yelme, whatever. That's the younger guy. Zappo, which is the old guy, and Simred, which is the guy that helped Gil ride the elevator up and down a bunch of times. They go up to Maruk, or they go up to Jiro and like, Jiro, what? You got your white whistle? Maruk saw it on the telescope as you were coming up. What the hell, man? You're a white whistle now? And they freak out about that, and this has happened like 4 times already in this session, so I don't want to go into too much detail about it, but I do have to mention that they freak out over it, because they definitely would. But, yeah, they, do you guys say anything to them?
Just general hellos. Do I need to roll to see how I do on the little elevator ride?
We'll say that you're used to it enough at this point to where, you don't have to, like, roll for it. If we're gonna be doing... Yeah, if we're gonna be doing, like, for the future, if we do anything where you're, like, actually actively doing stuff, like fighting or whatever, then we'll take that into account for sure, but for just for, like, talking and shit right now, we don't have to worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, I just say general hellos, but definitely more enthusiastic for Maruk.
You're enthusiastic to see Maruk?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm like happy to see everyone, but I mean, it's Maruk who's definitely in books about, Rico. So.
Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. Dude, they're happy to see you too.
Oh, nice.
Did y'all miss us?
Well, we've only seen you the one time, but yeah.
Yeah, but the one time you saw us, we kicked some ass down here, didn't we?
That is very true. Very sad that we didn't actually get to see that happen. We kind of cleaned up the aftermath in Ozen's office, and oh boy, it looked like quite the fight went down.
Man, it was crazy. One of those robbers left a fucking boulder in her office.
Really? Is that how they got there? Damn, I was wondering how they fucking brought that in there. Pretty crazy. And both the doors were blown off as well. There's a giant hole in the side of the room. It took a while to patch that back up. It's not, it's not living wood anymore, which is kind of disappointing, but I think Ozen is okay with it.
Is the tree okay?
Oh, it's fine. It'll take a lot more than that to bring this sucker down.
Oh, that's good.
Well, we were actually just about to sit down for dinner. If you guys want to join us, now that Jiro's down here, why don't we do a little celebration? Since we didn't get to, I'm assuming you guys did a white whistle ceremony up there, so we're gonna have our own down here.
Party, party.
And you guys do that.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Aw, yeah.
So you guys cheerfully have a good old dinner. Right now, there's no one else in the seeker camp. As far as you can tell, it's only these 4 in there. But eventually, you hear some thundering footsteps coming down the hall, and Ozen pops into the room.
Who?
Dude, I don't know. It's like some powerful person or whatever.
Oh, okay, cool.
Nice. Do any of you guys say anything to her as she walks in?
I imagine I'd do like a little wave, but definitely too terrified to really speak or approach her.
Yeah, I feel like it would just be like a knowing nod.
She actually, when she steps in the room, she does look a little surprised to see you and says, "Oh, well, I did not expect to see you 3 back here so soon."
Oh, we were told that you had odd jobs for us.
Yes, I did tell Jiro to inform you that I had some tasks that I think would work out for you, but honestly, I was expecting a little bit more of a delay than this. Well, I applaud your enthusiasm.
I just want to get in that hole,
I'm sure I'll be able to think of some tasks for you to do in the near future, so for now, you've had a long day, I assume. You can get some rest. Maruk, if you would show them to some open rooms for them. I would actually like to take some time to talk to Jiro. And Jiro gives her a nod, and they walk off together.
Do we eavesdrop again? I feel like we don't need to.
I got balls for it.
Yeah, I feel like this time we have the info, and it's Ozen that's getting the.
Oh, shoes on the other foot now.
Oh, baby.
Are we gonna party hardy?
I mean, we've had a lot of parties lately. Let's just get some sleep so we're ready for whatever comes tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, do you want to do any flavor to this party? But we've done a lot of those, so we'll just say you guys have a good time and then fucking go to bed.
Yeah.
We don't
they
have
have-
that good of a time, honestly.
Wait, let's check if the secret camp has carnival games.
It turns out that they do. It's another one of the shooting water into things. The one that you kicked ass at, Ahi. And you
Yeah, but
murdered all those other children at.
I mean, I kicked ass at the duck
20 or
toss.
20 or 30 minutes of dual roleplay time doing that.
Yeah, and they have another ring toss, and you excel once again at that, Tom.
And one of those things where you like hit a thing with a mallet really hard and make the weight go up.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, doesn't matter. I don't like those things anyway.
There is one thing I wanted to try, which might be a long shot if you let me do it. But I wanted to talk to Maruk because I know she keeps the lenses in her headband pockets. That is canonically what she keeps in her headband pockets. It's actual lenses for her telescope.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to talk to her and see if she could get me like better lenses for my goggles and level them up.
Oh, interesting. She says, "Oh."
No.
Oh, well, Tom, I think I can try. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do anything with them, but if you want, you can leave them with me for a few days, and I might be able to work on them and see what I can come up with.
Leave my goggles?
Well, yeah, I do have to work on them.
Oh, I've never been without my goggles.
Been wearing them since she popped out of the womb.
My goggle. I can't be seen without my goggle.
I imagine they were like a birthday present, like really young, and ever since then, I've just worn them either on my eyes or on my head as like a headband, just at all times.
No, Morgan, they were the birthday present. Like on your birthday.
On the day of my birth, I got these like tiny goggles, like the weird goggles that like dogs wear when they need glasses.
That's a good poll.
Wait, do people actually make prescription glasses for dogs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like swimmer goggles because they gotta like stay on their face.
How do you fucking know what the prescription is? You go like, does this look better or this look better? And you wait for the dog to be like, "Meow."
I honestly don't know.
I know they make like goggles for dogs that are just like to protect their eyes, but
I'm gonna Google dog prescription glasses.
then you just made me really sad that there's so many animals out there that have shitty eyes like me but don't get to wear glasses.
Anyway, so how much are you gonna level me up if I leave these goggles, and am I gonna regret not having them?
Wow, that's pretty out of character. I can only promise to try.
Not good enough.
You know what? I think it's worth it. Yeah, I'll leave the goggles with Maruk while we go on our little errand for Ozen.
Oh, well, I appreciate you trusting me. I'll do my best at it.
Yeah. Thanks, Maruk. I really appreciate you helping me.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can get for you while we're out and about? I don't know how often you get to leave the camp.
Oh, I can go out pretty much whenever I want. You know, I do have the duties with the telescope usually, but you know, I do go out on cave raids with the other people here occasionally.
Oh, well then let's just say I owe you one.
Sounds good to me.
Alright, that's all I wanted. bedtime.
Cool. All right. You guys go to bed. Is there anything you want to do before you wake up in the morning?
Polish my whistle.
Nice. You do that.
Check to see if Maruk worked on my goggles.
I'll check the bounty board.
the one up at the at the CRG.
Yeah.
If I'm in the same room with Tom and his whistle's looking dirty, I'll polish his too.
Oh
Hold on a
my.
second.
So I need to call CPS.
I spit on it first to
Ah, there you go. Now it's good.
I hate everything about this.
We'll say you all have separate rooms because there's no one staying in the camp right now. You all have your own rooms.
That boy's gonna have a dirty whistle in the morning.
How dare you imply that I don't keep my blue whistle spick and span?
I'm sure you do. Thinking of Maruk?
All right, so in the morning,
I hate you guys.
yeah, you guys are all in rooms, like kind of in a row next to each other, and all of you get awoken pretty early in the morning to a loud banging outside, and you hear the voice of Ozen say, "All right, you three, it's time to earn your keep. I've got some tasks for you to do. Go ahead and wake up and meet me outside in about 5 minutes. I'm
Go
assuming you
ahead
can do
and
that."
wake up. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
get the fuck up.
If we complete the tasks the best, do we get a golden Ozen head?
Yes.
Cool.
How enthusiastically do you guys get up at this somewhat rude awakening?
I think I wake up pretty enthusiastically, but I'm gonna be like off balance a little bit. Like I feel like something's missing the entire time because I won't have my goggles.
My depth perception is all off. Is this what you guys do? You just walk around like this?
I feel naked. I can't do this.
All right, so you guys get out in the hallway, and she's standing there waiting, and she says, "All right, you three. Well, I have an unfortunate gathering of creatures that are not too far away. They are kind of encroaching on the territory of the Seeker camp, and I need them to be drawn away. I'm assuming you three can do that for me?"
What kind of creatures?
You'll find out when you get there. I don't want to spoil all the fun." She gives you a little smile, that like sinister smile that she does.
And I start flipping through my like field journal with the abyss creatures.
Oh, I'm
Furi-
sure.
Furiously checking for the like most common creatures we would encounter.
Jiro informed me of everything that happened up on the surface, and according to everything that you've done, including the things that you did down here, I'm sure you guys will be fine. Curious to see how you'll tackle the situation. And she reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small vial that has bright yellow liquid on the inside of it, and she tosses it over in your direction. Who catches it?
Should we roll athletics?
I was more thinking just for flavor, who would be the one to try and snatch that up. She just throws it in your guys' general direction.
He wants that juice.
I feel like I would try to catch it.
You both try and catch it. Roll against each other to see who gets it.
Athletics or physique?
I think, I was thinking proficiency. Because this is kind of like...
Proficiency?
Well, no. I think athletics.
And if
Athletics?
if you get the same roll, it crashes to the ground and shatters.
We did.
That was a previous roll.
That was a previous roll. Okay, well then I got a 2 and Ahi got a 1.
Ahi, you reach your hand out for it, but Tom just barely snatches it away from you.
Like the single ladies at the bouquet toss. I just jump in there at the last second.
Get another notification. Your disposition towards Ahi has lowered.
No. Oh, no.
All the time you spent on the surface has been wasted. Ozen goes on and says, that vial, if you... Oh, let me rephrase that. That vial contains an antidote that will help you if you run into some unfortunate happenstances with those creatures, so just keep that in mind. It'll be pretty obvious what happens and when you'll need to take it, but keep in mind that that's only enough for one of you. So make sure that not all of you get affected by them. Follow me. And she starts walking up the stairs towards the exit.
Wait, what? That was ominous. I don't know if I want this.
I wonder what creature it's going to be.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
You guys get outside, and she points in a direction that's relative to the elevator. It seems to be off by a few degrees, and says, they have a nest forming over there, about 500 meters in that direction. It should be quite obvious when you come across it. So I trust that you guys can shoo these creatures away, or eliminate them if need be.
Do you want us to just shoot? Oh, okay. All right. We'll figure it out. I got it.
All right. Have fun, you three. I have
Wait,
someone...
when you say draw them away, are we supposed to like kill them or just make them go away?
However you see fit.
Figures.
She has a little smile on her face and starts walking away and says, well, have fun, and I hope to hear back from you again soon. Hopefully it all goes well. And she walks away.
All right. Here we go.
Let's get this done.
Let's get this bread.
Hey everyone. Putting in a little intermission here because there's actually a big break between this part and the subsequent part of the episode. We actually tried to do that whole encounter, and it didn't actually go that well because we were still kind of abiding by fate rules and didn't really work out too well. Took a really long time, and we weren't super keen on the system. Honestly, we're not that familiar with Fate still. We haven't had a whole lot of time to practice with it, so I went ahead and came up with an entire new system called Narper's Numbers. I'll put a link in the description below in case anyone wants to go and actually check out the rules of the system, but it's heavily based on Fate, still uses Fate die, and a lot of the skills are pretty much exactly the same. There's a few things that get changed around a little bit and how stress works, but just wanted to give you a heads up for that. So some things might be confusing, but if you have any desire to check out the new rules, then you can. This next part of the episode is us trying out Narper's Numbers for the first time, so there are things that we're still kind of learning, but I think overall it went way, way smoother than the first session, so we're probably going to stick with the system from now on, and so enjoy the rest of the episode. Also, a footnote, we totally forgot about Tom giving his glasses to Maruk because there was like a week-long gap in between the sessions, so Tom totally has his glasses for this next part, but just ignore that. Okay, cool, bye. Hello, viewers. We had a little bit of a redesign of all of the rules, so we are starting up pretty much right after the party left the seeker camp. So here we are, walking out and looking for...
We did such a bad job last time that we had to throw away the entire RPG.
Yeah, we got tired of all the shitty rules, so we got whole new rules.
And our shitty gameplay.
Yeah, but it's okay. Everything's going to go so beautifully this time. Everything's been simplified. And if any viewers ever want to know, there's a whole document that you can go look at, because I know that'll totally happen.
Link in the description.
Whoa! So, you guys are walking away from the secret camp, kind of hopping across the trees. All you know at this point is that Ozen has tasked you with getting rid of a few beasts. She has not given you really any descriptors of what they are, just that they are kind of encroaching on the territory of the Seeker Camp, and she is entrusting you guys to go get rid of them.
Y'all, I had like the strangest dream last night, almost like it was a premonition of us fighting these things. And it took a really long time, but I'm sure it won't go like that, right?
Oh man, I thought I was the only one.
I had a dream too. It felt like it lasted for years and years.
Well, I'm sure the same thing won't happen again. Let's go kill these guys.
Oh boy.
Let's get this done.
Let's get this bread.
All right, so you guys are currently walking along the top of the treetops. And I believe she said it was about 500 meters away from the Seeker Camp in a direction. So you guys have gone about, let's say, 400 meters or so, and go ahead and give me a notice check. So with the new system, you guys can support a single person, and the person getting the actually doing the notice can invoke a single aspect.
Hey, Tom, hold still a second. And I'm gonna do that thing where I spit on his goggles and I like rub it with my sleeve.
Oh God! Oh jeez! Oh! I can see everything now.
It turns out...
How does stacking assists help or work in this new one?
So whenever a character supports another character, they get to add one aspect modifier to them, but that aspect modifier has to relate to the character actually doing something. It can't be like you're supporting someone and then you invoke the fact that a creature is on fire. You have to invoke something that you are actually doing to support them.
But if the person we're supporting can only use one aspect at a time, two people helping them would not be more helpful than one person helping them, right?
Well, so the single person doing a roll gets their own single aspect modifier, and then for every person supporting them, they get one more aspect modifier. So
I totally misunderstood that. I thought you meant we were like creating an aspect of like us helping them.
Oh no, sorry. So in that, like in this instance, Tom would be invoking his goggles, so he'd get, let's say in this case, a +3, and Gil gives support to Tom by making his glasses squeaky clean. Tom, it turns out your glasses are actually really dirty, and you just haven't really noticed that recently with everything that's been going on. So the fact that they're clean now is actually increasing your vision quite a bit. So with that, you get another +2 to that roll. So your total aspect modifier right now is +5. Ahi, you can try and give support. How would you do that?
I will use the aspect expects the worst and specifically point out, okay, you see there's a shadowy patch there, and there. That boulder, see how it has a slight crack under it? Easily something could hide under that. There and there.
That's good. Yeah. So in that case, I'd say that would probably be a +3. So in total, you have a +8 to your notice, right? Which makes sense. You guys have a lot of stuff that's kind of contributing towards that, and I may have overinflated some of those numbers there.
We're just real good at looking.
Yeah. So in this instance, you would probably actually only get a +1 to making the glasses clean. Basically -1 on all those, because like a +5 is like a crazy good bonus. You know what I mean?
Big number.
Yeah, but in this case, you guys get +8, so your total notice is a +10 with that roll.
In the future, just a quick clarification: should I have referenced an aspect for that when I'm trying to help, or can I just describe anything I'm doing to help?
Usually, you can describe an aspect, which you did, which is good. I think that just kind of adds flavor to it. But if you're just trying to do something like Gil did, that works as well.
Okay, good. Okay, perfect.
Yep. So with that roll, Tom, out of the corner of your eye, using your wonderful goggles that are now squeaky clean, after Ahi's tip to look into one of the dark Patches, you actually see a small, well, relatively small compared to some of the things you've seen in here, but it looks to be a lizard-like animal that is clinging to the trunks of one of the trees about 50 feet high off of the actual canopy, which in this case is the floor for you guys, and it's about 100 feet away. And it's, like I said, lizard-like and looks to be about 5 feet long. But the most striking part of it is that it is actually blending in with the tree. It's the same color as the tree, almost like its skin is modeled after the tree. What do you do from here?
Well, first, I'm going to do a lore. Do we still do checks, like lore checks?
Yeah, you can do
Okay. Yeah, I want to do a lore check before I say anything, so I'm going to do that real quick.
Okay.
So I can, like remember what I know about this lizard, this specific creature.
Choose one aspect modifier.
Animal expertise is what I am invoking.
Yeah, the fact that you love all the animals and all that good stuff. Yep.
So that would be a plus.
I think in this case, that for you, that would be like a +4 in this situation.
Yeah, it should always be like a plus at least 3.
Yeah.
All right, so +4 to my 3. So I got a 7. What do I know about that lizard?
So, Tom, you know, and after further investigation of it, let me describe it a little bit better. So, this lizard, once you get a better look at it, after your eyes kind of adjust to the darkness, it actually looks to be kind of like a combination of a chameleon and a flying squirrel. There's actually webbing that connects its front legs to about halfway down its body. Its front legs are actually decently long compared to its back legs. And on its head are giant black eyes, almost comically large. And you can see little itty bitty yellow pupils that are kind of like darting around. And on its back are these big, large bristles that kind of almost look like fur, but it's more of like a hedgehog fur, right? So even though its skin looks scaly, across its back it has those quills that are on it. And finally, it has a long tail that takes up about 1.5 feet of its 5-foot body that ends in a very sharp point at the end. So that is what the creature looks like.
So like a regular tail.
I'll say that it looks like it ends in a very sharp point.
Not just a regular sharp point.
Yeah.
A very sharp point.
Well, so that's actually just more from your notice check. So from the actual lore check, you know that this is come up with a name for me, Morgan.
A bug-eye squirrelian.
A bug-eye squirrelian.
Hell yes.
I don't know, man.
I thought it was a fucking good one.
That's better than whatever you came up with last time.
It was just some nonsensical, like, jumble of vowels.
So from that lore check, you know that these creatures tend to guard the areas that they live in vehemently, and they also tend to stick in groups of around 6 to 10, and those groups consist of couples, so a male and a female, usually between 3 and 5 couples. And the area that they tend to stick in is around 200-meter radius around them, right? And they will essentially birth more of them, and then those children will go out and meet essentially other mates from other what do you want to call it, like bases, if you will, from other ones, and then they will form bases of their own. So that is kind of the nature of these things. So you can tell maybe that's why Ozen has seen them and doesn't want them to kind of encroach on the Seeker camp, because they are known to be very aggressive once they set up their base. Now imagine if their base is kind of near the secret camp, they might just start attacking people. The other thing, the other thing that you know, in regards to their actual specific biology, is they have a long tongue that has a barb on it that they actually use to help themselves fly around. So they will usually glide and catch updrafts that is in the second layer on the like the upside down trees, but they can actually use those tongues to latch onto trees and pull themselves around.
Okay.
So that is what you're dealing with.
I'll try to summarize it as best I can. Where is it in relation to us again?
So it is 50 feet high on above the tree canopy, so like on the trunk of a tree because it's upside down, and the base of that tree, or I guess I should say the canopy, is 100 feet away from you guys.
Okay, so I'm just gonna point like 10 o'clock or whatever. Guys, 10 o'clock! It's a bug-eyed chameleon up there! Be careful, there should be at least 6 more of them around. They're really territorial. And watch out for their sticky tongues. They can use them to fly. Like Spider-Man.
Whoa. So where are the rest of them?
Well, I don't know yet, but I'm sure they're coming.
So far, you have specifically only noticed this one.
I'd like to take like something small out of my pack, like maybe like a small ration or something, and throw it at like a tree that's like away from us to try to like cause like a rustle in that tree.
Gotcha. Okay. You don't even have to like roll to do that. Like you hit close enough to the tree where you're just going for like the canopy part of it, right?
I'm just trying to make some movement in a tree away from us to see if we can like it stirs any more that we can kind of pinpoint or anything like that.
Gotcha. Yep. So you guys can all see it right now, but it is definitely the fact that it is camouflaged and kind of higher up in the tree. This area, because it's further away from the center of the abyss, is a little bit darker than the secret camp is. It's not like pitch black, but it is a bit harder to see. So while you're focusing directly on it and you chuck that piece of food or whatever it is and it hits that tree, you see those yellow pupils on those big eyes just immediately fixate on that object, and it actually scuttles around, so it is now facing it, but it is not actually moved from that spot on the tree, but it is now fixated on that thrown item.
Just a quick out of character question. I'm assuming the creatures aren't affected by the curse.
That is up for you to decide.
To decide?
But
okay, then I decide that yes, they are.
No,
let's exploit that.
That is up for you to determine.
Can I just do a little lore check?
Hey, Tom, are these creatures affected by the curse at all?
I don't know. Let me think.
I'm sorry, I was being cheeky there. You know, just in general, even you would at this point, Gil, that pretty much all of the creatures of the abyss aren't really affected by the curse in the same way that humans are.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Hey, you're welcome.
All right, what do y'all reckon we do? Seems like that one that we can see is distracted, but you said there's probably more around, right?
Oh yeah, 6 to 10, I'd say.
I mean,
Usually.
we're not in a rush. Why don't we just post up and wait for the others to either show themselves or I don't know. You said they could camouflage themselves. They have to move eventually to go eat. I say we stake it out for a while.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I like that. I was just trying to think of like a clever way to draw them out, but I like staking them out better.
Yeah, definitely. Wait and observe is better than getting eaten.
Yep. So you guys are just holding up on that one tree, and that one that you distracted for a bit. So it stays fixated on that point that you threw the item to. for about like 30 seconds, but then it goes back to like darting around its eyes. And every so often, you can actually see like little like bird-like abyssal creatures kind of flying by that are really, really small. And you see its eyes kind of dart in on those. And at some point, you actually see one of the smaller creatures get a little bit too close to it. It's only like it's like 15 feet away, and then you see the tongue on that chameleon latch out, and it hits that thing with ridiculous precision. It hits it like right in the jugular, and the it doesn't actually pull it in though. Once it hits it with its tongue, and Tom, you know that there's a barb there. You actually see that other creature start to waver, and it looks like it has difficulty flying, and eventually it collapses on one of the canopies, and it's just kind of writhing around on the ground. And then the bug-eyed squirrelian jumps off and takes flight, and then shoots its tongue out on the to the tree where the other animal fell in, and like basically zip lines itself over to it, and then it starts eating that creature.
Do any others come out?
Are you guys doing anything there, or are you just continuing to watch it?
Observe.
Cool. At that point, you see one more chameleon stealthily just fly out.
Excuse me, bug-eyed squirrelian.
Bug-eyed squirrelian. You see one just kind of like off from the side. You don't necessarily notice it immediately, but it flies in and just glides to the same spot, and it looks like both of them are happily sharing it together.
Aw.
Sweet.
I'm gonna whisper, they must be mates. Did that work? Did you hear me?
I did. Yes. Did you
Okay.
hear me? Whisper?
No.
Oh, well, fuck. I said gross.
All right. I mean,
It
It
looks
sounds-
like we ain't going to draw any more of these out. I mean, should we take advantage of them eating to try to get the drop on them?
Hey, Tom. Hit him with the laser.
that's just what I was thinking. Like, should I shine it around to try to like draw more out, or just focus on these two right now?
I'd say crank it up all the way and blast it right in their eyes.
Real quick, just to go over your laser, because
Looks like you changed how it works.
yeah, just because of all the changes that we did. Don't worry, it's way simpler now. So when you attack something with a laser, if you manage to hit it, which is basically you do a shoot roll and hit it normally, you're creating an aspect on them dazed, which is a powerful aspect that people can take advantage of, but it doesn't do damage directly to them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean,
On second thought, Tom, I was just thinking about what your laser does, and don't do it.
Well, one more thing with the laser that I wanted to ask you about. I was considering just dropping the whole charging thing, or do you
I
like?
think the crank up mechanic is good. Tom
think it's
just needs to
annoying.
remember to Tom just needs to remember to crank it ahead of time.
well, I never do.
Well, then Tom needs to be chastised for being a forgetful little boy.
Yeah. If it's there, how I would kind of like to do it is that you can just get one extra crank up on it, so you can use a turn to just like crank really hard on it, and the next time you choose to fire it, when you give an aspect to them, you get like a super dazed aspect, which is even more powerful and will last a little bit longer, which is very, very powerful, and aspects last a little bit longer to take advantage of. How does that sound?
Yeah, okay.
Does it still retain the ability to be pre-charged?
Yeah. So I mean, you can do it whenever. It just takes the equivalent of a turn to do it. So whatever that might be, but you can preemptively charge it. Yes.
But you said it doesn't last, so you can't just walk around with it fully cranked all the time, right?
Right. We'll say that the extra charge on it wears out after 5 minutes.
That's kind of what
I 5 minutes.
Be thankful it's not 30 seconds.
Ah!
That boy's been cranking it a lot.
All right, I say we just take the shot. They're distracted eating that thing. This is the best chance we're going to get for now.
Yeah. I guess I'll just. Should I laser at the food and distract them like a cat, or laser into their little bug eyes?
I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe we should have invested in some hand crossbows or something.
I mean,
I'm so upset I don't have a ranged weapon, like a real weapon that can do damage.
I mean, Ahi is. I mean, you've been using your whips as a ranged weapon for a long time. So.
Yeah, but not at this distance. Not to instantly whip it out.
Yeah.
I feel like we're pretty far, right?
Yeah, you guys are still 100 feet away, so it would be a difficult roll with that. But I mean, it'd be a difficult hit with really anything ranged.
Ahi's going to start ballooning out her web to set up a little trap for them, just in case they try to fly off in the direction that the web is being set up.
Ooh, that's smart.
Nice. And Tom, why are you talking about having things to attack things? Tom doesn't want to kill creatures. What are you talking about?
I'd still like to maim them when it's me or them.
God damn!
I said maim. God.
That's
Rules
what
of nature.
That's what your buddies are for. They do the killing, so you don't have to.
Unforgiving. All right. It's us or them. Even Tom knows that.
I mean, Tom, you think there is some way to convince them to just skedaddle and move their territory somewhere else?
Oh yeah, let me just communicate with these fucking things with the intelligence of a squirrel real quick.
I mean, you got that stink bomb, don't you?
I was going to say, you can actually answer that question with the lore check you did before. They will stay in, I'm just going to call them bases from now on, because that's the word that I used before. They're 200-meter radius bases. They will stay fixated in those points pretty much until death. So if they are highly threatened, they will try and run away from enemies, but they won't necessarily leave that the territory fully, the base.
So, Tom, you're telling us that they're just going to keep coming back, even if we spook them off?
Yeah, we gotta really make it clear they're not. This is not a hospitable environment. We gotta make them really want to leave.
Sounds like we gotta kill them.
Or come close to it, but more or less, yes.
Well, Potter, what you were saying was that they'll come back pretty much no matter what, right?
Yeah, they're keep in mind that you may not know every single thing based on that lore check. And it's a good lore check, and I've told you a lot, but there may be some things that you don't know about these creatures.
How dare you disrespect Tom like that?
Maybe,
I know everything.
Maybe there's something keeping them around.
Yeah, Tom, you did say they mate and make babies pretty quickly in their territory, right? Maybe there's a nest or something that they're centered around?
Should I, or can I do an investigate to look for a nest?
Yes. So you guys, if you want to actually look around this area for a nest-like thing, you can definitely do that. But it may require a little bit of moving around. Just keep in mind that the roof is, let's say it's 150 feet above you, right? And the floor is 100 feet below you. The floor being the actual floor of the inverted forest. Because you are way closer to the edge, as in further away from the center, you are actually getting pretty close to where the inverted forest flips back over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the area that is like attaching to the roof, it is like very, very dark up there. Like it's pretty hard to see anything up there. So you could definitely like find stuff if you're looking around for it, but you might need to use tools like lights or something to help yourselves out.
Light.
We had
What
those.
is that? Okay, so I'm wondering if Ahi, since you're setting up the like defensive web, if you should stay here and keep an eye on them while Gil and I like look for a nest.
That sounds good to me. Alternatively, just throwing it out there, if your idea is correct and we have a mating pair right here, one of them's going to go back to the nest sooner or later.
Unless they don't already have eggs, babies.
Seems like they would return to their... I don't know. You tell me, Tom. Do they usually go back to their nest?
But what if they don't have babies yet? They're just a young couple in their honeymoon phase.
All right. I'll say we just stick to that plan. Ahi, you stay here, keep an eye on them. We'll keep our radios on, and Tom and I will go search around.
That works for me.
I like it. Gil, do you have anything that creates light?
I got this little everlasting flame.
Well, there you go. Let's go look for that nest.
Keep in mind that is like essentially a Zippo lighter, and you're looking like up to 150 feet above you, so it's gonna have limited use.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hold it in my Doc Ock backpack, so it's a little farther away.
All right.
I was thinking about like ziplining me and Tom up higher.
Right. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So
Okay, so he's ziplining us, and I have the lighter in my Doc Ock backpack.
Keep in mind
Arm.
there's a really powerful artifact that you guys have that creates light.
that's Ahi's artifact. We ain't taking it from her.
What does Ahi
I'm
have?
surprised you didn't even suggest it.
I know Ahi. I ain't going to suggest taking one of her artifacts away from her.
Okay, you know what? That is fair.
Sunstone.
Oh, the sunstone.
Yeah. I don't know. In fact, I feel the tingles of somebody suggesting somewhere that somebody take one of my artifacts. She feels extremely threatened because of it.
Yeah, let's just stick with the one aggressive enemy, not also deal with two aggressive enemies.
Right, yeah.
I don't want to deal with an agitated tuna.
All right, I'm gonna aim my harpoon up into like the tree line above us and try to like slowly zip me and Tom up there so we can kind of root around, see what we can turn up.
Gotcha. So it is quite a bit harder to get around up there. There are still branches, but there is not these like big, nice open canopies that have like a nice floor to them. Mm-hmm. So it is a little precarious up there, but you are able to get up there without any difficulty to start up with. But just keep in mind that the current terrain you're in has the aspect precarious.
Should I go ahead? Well, no, before I do my investigate roll, can we use or add the aspect modifier, the fact that Gil's letting me hold his lighter?
Yep, yeah, so I assume in this case, Gil would be supporting using that.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so in that case, what would you invoke? So you've got the lighter from Gil, and what of your tools would you be trying to use in this case?
I mean, I'm using his lighter in my Doc Ock back arm to like try to increase the range of light.
Okay, cool. So you invoke your backpack. He invokes, gives support, and invokes his lighter. So
see, I just don't like that I can't also invoke my goggles because my goggles are obviously on my face and I'm looking through them with my eyeballs.
Well, in this case, they wouldn't really give you much of an advantage at all because you're trying to look around in the dark, not necessarily look at things super far away or super close in.
But I am looking at things far away and close in. It's just also happens to be dark. But the lighter is helping with that. They are both helping me in this moment.
Let's just roll with the DM tells us.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on.
All right. So do you want to give us a number now, or is that a secret number?
I don't know. What are you guys feeling? How are you feeling about because we've done shown numbers now? Do you want to try to do not shown numbers?
I think you just decide whether it's shown or not based on your discretion.
Okay, cool. So the fact that you are waving around, did we decide how long the Doc Ock arm is? I think we should probably figure that out.
It does
It
not
was
say.
like 45, 46 feet, you said.
Yeah.
Let's say, and this is probably a little bit too much, but let's say that it can extend as long as 5 feet from you, Tom.
Yeah, I was thinking 4 feet, so I like 5 feet.
Cool. All right. So you were waving that Zippo around, and you can actually tell the everlasting flame. It is a little bit brighter than a Zippo. It's actually it's abyssal fire, so it seems to emit not necessarily just a red or yellowish glow, but it seems to be almost like bright white light.
We all still have our headlamps as well, though, right?
Yeah, you have your headlamps too.
Oh my god, I forgot about the headlamp.
Wouldn't that be brighter than the fire?
I feel like an idiot.
Oh, I don't know. That's up to. Well, let's just say let's just resolve this for now, because that's actually combining those two things. You're actually making good progress. You can see a good amount of stuff around you, and after a few minutes of looking around. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Do your investigate roll now.
Yep. I have a +3 and I rolled a 1.
Yeah, it's okay though, because the aspect modifier in this case was pretty high. So you actually see. How far up in the trees did you guys get, by the way? Let's actually decide that specifically. You get 150 feet until the ceiling.
Probably like 100 feet up. If anything, to give us a good vantage point over like everything.
Yep. So you see very, very faintly, but just with the flickering light of that flame, a large mound that is kind of like protruding out from the roof of the just the roof of the area, and it looks to be created. It doesn't necessarily look to be like a plant, but it almost looks like a bunch of stuff that has been scavenged together and pushed into place. But
So like a nest.
yes, but you also hear what seems to be a high-pitched chatter coming from it. Once you get close enough to notice it.
So like a nest.
That's up for you to decide.
Hmm.
You want to send a little buzzy bee up there to snoop around?
That's just what I was thinking, Gil. Do you have a good hold on me?
So
Yeah. While Tom is preparing to trance, if that's cool, I'm gonna lock my greaves into like whatever part of the tree we're on and just like hold them tight.
Yep, sounds good.
I feel so safe in Daddy Gil's arms.
Just that this is going to be a little bit of a split up, because you guys would not hear this, but Ahi, those two bug-eyed squirrelians, there we go, that are next to you. Squirrelians, there you go. You hear a very, very, very faint, high-pitched noise, and you see their heads dart towards it, and they take off and start going away from you, from the spot that they were at.
Literally the second they start moving, unless they're headed directly for my web. If they're heading any other direction, immediately over the walkie-talkie stones.
Abyss communicators.
Yeah, walkie-talkies. I'm gonna say they're on the move. It's obvious to me that it's towards them.
It seems to be in the direction that they've gone. And you can actually see very, very faintly a little tiny white blinking light kind of like up near the top. So you can kind of get a read on their general location.
Gotcha. Looks like they're heading straight at you guys. And then I immediately reel in my silk and start stealthily following.
Yeah, go for it. That I'm just gonna say right now, like they look like they are not paying attention to anything else right now. So you're not even gonna have to roll for that because they are already off, like they are gone.
Oh yeah, not necessarily stealthily from them, but like he's working on the assumption that there could be more anywhere.
Gotcha. Yep.
So she's hiding from anything.
Cool.
At least attempting.
So, Tom, Gil, what with that information that Ahi has just given to you, what is your immediate response?
Well, I'm not going to go into the busy bug. That's for sure.
Where are we in relation to that mound?
It is almost directly above you, but it's not quite at the base of the trunk of the tree that you guys are standing on right now. It's a little bit away from it, but it is definitely like almost right above you.
I guess I'll just look down to see if we can see the things flying up towards us.
Yes, you look in the direction that you came from, and you see both of those. They're actually gliding around and using those tongues to latch onto trees and give themselves boosts to get closer towards your location.
All right, well, I guess I'm torn between lasering the two Squirrelians' eyes and just dropping the intoxicator into the nest to try to drive them all out.
Well, the nest is still kind of above us, right?
Yes, yeah, it's like pretty much directly above you.
It's not dropping, but like chucking it into it upwardly.
Yeet.
Yeet!
I mean, you think we should just give that nest a good old jostle and see what happens?
I mean, we're gonna have to fight them regardless. Might as well do them all at once, right? I just wish we could like get away and not be directly under it when we do it.
We watch the Squirrelians kind of flying around, is there any point where it looks like they're like directly below us?
They're kind of making an angle towards you guys, so they don't get directly below you. They are kind of like, going in a straight line from where they were to where the ball of bramble above you is.
And how far above us is the bramble again? It's like well out of arm's reach, right?
It's like 50 feet above you, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And it's, when you say bramble, is it like dry wood or like living wood?
I haven't specifically said it's a nest, but just from looking at it, you can tell that it looks to be a nest.
Does
so it's
it
like a big ass bird's nest.
It looks like it is made up of dead biological matter, yes. Sticks and leaves and that kind of stuff.
I thought about setting it on fire, but won't we set all these trees on fire?
The abyssal trees, especially the hanging ones in the second layer, and you would just know this from lore in general, they are very resistant against fire in general. They have a sap in them that is very flame retardant. So fire does not easily spread in the canopies.
All right, then I'll say, Gil, should I just chuck the everlasting flame up there and try to catch it on fire?
How about you give it to me? I'm just gonna like tie it onto the end of my harpoon real quick and I'll try to shoot it up there.
That also works.
We did buy that. I kind of want to get it back.
I hand it over.
All right, I'll try that.
Cool. All right, so in this case, Tom would be supporting with and invoking the flame, and then you would be invoking your harpoon, right?
Yes.
Cool. Sounds good.
Is that going to be a root shoot?
Yep. Unless you want to do proficiency, but you that's the big bonus that your harpoon gives you is that you can use shoot out of combat.
I'd rather shoot.
Yeah.
Can I roll, Daddy?
Ranged, I guess I should say. Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes, you can roll.
Pow!
Ooh, boy.
That's a 6.
You put that little flame on the end of that hook and you shoot it, and it seems to go right into the center of that nest, and it seems to be deeply buried. And you know that the everlasting flame, when it's open, it does not go out. Like, you could put it underwater, and as long as it has a supply of oxygen, it will keep going. And you actually see from there, now that you have light in the general vicinity, you can see way better up there that there are 4 of the bug-eyed squirrelians sitting outside of the nest and have their eyes trained directly on you as soon as you shoot it up there. Almost as if you had deliberated any longer, then you were about to get attacked. Whoa!
Oh, man.
But that everlasting flame is in there, and it seems like it is starting up a fire, but it is not immediate. It does not, like, immediately go up in flames, but it looks like it's seeming to catch.
All right. I guess, Gil, you keep holding it there, I guess, and I'll try to ward off any squirrelians that come our way.
Yeah, Ahi, we're going to need your help.
I'll radio, ahi, ahi, mayday, mayday,
All
SOS.
right.
She'll
So,
switch from carefully making her way to sprinting.
yep. So I'll actually say at this point, at the time that happens, Ahi, you are on the canopy base of the tree that they're on. So you are at the same tree, but they are 100 feet above you. The
Can you draw the
squirrelians.
shape of it just real quick, just like a quick freehand of what you're describing?
So the nest is on the roof, right? The base of the tree, the upside down tree, is obviously attached to the roof and it's hanging down. That tree is 150 feet long until it gets to the canopy part, which is the flat ground, which is as low as you can go on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
They are 100 feet in it, hanging in some branches, and you are now at you could call it the base or the top, however you want to call it, of the tree, the canopy part of it, 100 feet below them. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yep.
So they're way the fuck up there.
Yeah. So you were there. The ones that you saw leave, they are actually a little bit further behind because it actually takes them a little bit to gain altitude. So they are about halfway. If you were to draw a straight line from where they were to the nest, they're about halfway there. And so that's where everyone is at right now.
So what, that makes them like 50, 70 feet from me?
Yeah, that sounds about right. So, in other words, within range of your shit, but it's going to be a long range. So
That's a long way to throw like a sinker.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it'd be really tough. But so we're gonna go ahead and get into our new combat here. So I'm gonna say you guys actually get the drop on them by shooting that flame into there, and they are startled by that. It almost looks like like I said before, if you deliberated any longer, they would have gotten the jump on you, but you have gotten the jump on them. So you guys can take your turn. So all 3 of you can deliberate on how you would go about doing this. Go for it.
Gil, zipline me up there.
He's ziplining the fire, right?
Yeah, I can't retract it because I want to leave the flame in there to try to catch that thing. We can I just, as my turn, like I'm grieved into the tree. I've got my zip line up in the nest. Can I just like toss a rope down to Ahi to make it easier for her to get up?
Yeah.
You're holding me.
So how did you guys get up there? Did you climb one of these trees at a distance and then kind of make your way over?
We zipline.
You just zip line directly up to it?
Use that harpoon.
Gotcha.
But you're holding me, so I should throw the rope.
Well, you're not busy being anymore, so.
I don't think that ever even started, did it?
Yeah, it never happened. We thought about it, then we heard ahi. But if you're harpooning in one arm and holding me in the other, I gotta throw the rope.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you can go free since you're not going to be unconscious. So you can take your own action, and then I'll, with my action, just hold ground and toss a rope down.
Yeah, let me just fall 50 feet real quick.
You're not going to fall because you're a person that can like hold themselves, and you have an extra arm to like stabilize.
How high up are we again? I'm sorry.
100
Wouldn't it be
feet.
better to bring the fight down to a place where we have our feet on steady ground? Like, instead of me trying to come up to you, why don't you guys get down here?
Yeah, I'll start making my way down. I think it's good to have Gil up high, maybe? Maybe? I don't know.
All right, yeah. If I can like hold the rope and you can kind of shimmy down it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do that. I shimmy shake.
I would like to start assembling my web about 10 feet above where I'm standing.
Gotcha. Okay. So you two are just trying to get down, right?
And by whenever I say web, I really just mean like 1 or 2 length.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
So Gil, are you trying to dislodge your harpoon from the everlasting flame? Because I don't think your harpoon is 150 feet long, so you wouldn't be able to go down to the canopy and keep it attached to that flame.
No, so I'm gonna stay harpooned into the tree where I am, but like basically Tom could just like tie a rope around my waist, so Tom can start making his way down. I'm gonna hold my ground so I can keep the flame in the nest to try to get it to light a bit more.
Okay.
So I guess my turn would be like supporting Tom, like holding steady so he can get down better.
Gotcha. Yep. So I'll actually say you're supporting Tom in this case, and you're invoking your greaves here, which would be a really big help on that. Tom, you were just trying to get down to where Ahi is, right?
Yeah, and
Cool.
I feel like it would only take but a second.
Yes.
Just
So-
like whiz down at fire pole style.
Yep. With that help and Gil's help in setting that up, you managed to tie a beautiful Boy Scout knot around him and zip down and get to Ahi without any problems.
Oh, dude.
I am a beautiful Boy Scout. Not. So sorry.
Good one.
Okay. Is that my whole turn, I guess?
Yes. So
Rats.
yeah. So that is your and Gil's turn. Ahi, I'm imagining you spooling that out would create an aspect for next turn of just extra prepared for your next attack, right?
Sure would like it to.
Yep. Yeah. So you have prepared this this whip to fuck up anything that gets close to you. So that
I mean, I guess it would just exist as an aspect, not necessarily just for me. I guess if somebody else could use it creatively.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Cool. So you guys have taken your turn. So now it is the turn of the enemies. So Tom, when you zip down, those flying ones actually see you. It doesn't actually look like they've seen Gil specifically yet, and they train their eyes on you and just start flying down towards you, but they don't get close enough to attack. Gil, you are in for a bit of hurt right now, because you got 4 of these guys that are all looking dead at you. After a couple seconds, you see a barrage of tongues coming your way. So you can try and physique it to try and tank it. You can use athletics to dodge it. And you can't really use willpower in this case. So athletics or physique, which one would you choose?
I'm kind of stuck in place, so I'm just going to put up the Salisbury shield and hunker down.
Cool. So you invoke that shield, and that is going to be a big plus to this roll. So go ahead and roll a physique roll for me.
Oof.
Oof.
Okay.
I assume we can't push or do anything with fate points anymore, right?
Correct. Yep.
Then it stands.
Yep. So
It's a 2.
okay. Let me take. I'm actually going to, because doing numbers is way easier now. I'm gonna actually try and take into account real numbers from enemies most of the time. Who would have
Thanks,
thought?
dude.
All right, Gil. So you see 4 tongues lash out at you. 2 of them actually look like they are going kind of next to you to try and cut off ways that you can, like, move out of the way slightly. So even though you've got that shield up, you go to block those 2 with that shield, and you deflect them out nice. But the other 2 come and they hit you right in the shoulder. Each one hits you right in the shoulders. But they don't seem to be very deep hits. But each one of them deals 1 stress to you, and the other deals 2 stress.
All right, and just to clarify, if my fortitude is +2, that means I can take 8 stress?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, cool.
So you've taken 3 stress so far, and
Gotcha.
with each of those, for the +1, that's a pretty deep gash on your shoulder, but it's nothing too bad. Like nothing that it seems like they can really take advantage. But that second one seems to have gotten a pretty decent grab in your shoulder, and you actually feel a bit of fuzziness come over you, kind of like you feel a little bit sluggish, almost in the same way that you saw that bird from before. So you now have the aspect sluggish on you.
We had established this last time, but I don't know if we established it for this iteration of the combat.
Mhm.
Who's holding the good Ozen juice?
That is a good question. I think you were.
Didn't Tom grab it? Because you guys did like a roll off to grab it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I have no memory of this.
I'm pretty sure Tom has it. Because I remember Ahi being super bummed that she didn't get the sweet Ozen juice.
Kind of remember that as well.
What is the Ozen juice?
Well, she obviously was extremely cryptic about it because she's an asshole like that, but it's clearly like anti-venom for these things.
Okay. I'm just gonna remember that, I guess.
It's all good.
And just so you know, on all your character sheets, I added an extra aspect, temporary aspects, just for tracking purposes. If you want to put that on there, you could also put that in the consequences section if you wanted to.
It's already updated.
That good
Nice.
juice.
Yeah, I feel like temporary aspects should go into consequences, but that's just.
But they could be good temporary aspects.
Yeah, we'll call this a negative aspects can go under consequences. We'll put it that way.
All right.
There we go.
Is it our turn again?
It is your turn.
Yo, Gil, how you feeling?
Not 100% after that. How you guys doing down there?
Pretty Gucci. You should come down here too. I think yeah, I think things are bad up there.
So just so you know, just for some context, the fire has grown a little bit, but as you know, the trees aren't super duper susceptible to being flammable. So it might be a bit of a gamble if you were to try and pull it out now.
Yeah, I think we should definitely leave it there so it can catch completely on fire.
Thing is, it's attached to my harpoon, so I'd have to retract. If I retract my harpoon, the fire's not going to be in there anymore.
Yeah. I think you should just stay there.
Did when they lashed at me with their tongues, did their tongues stay, or did they already retract back up to them?
They already retract. It's like a really quick whip. I mean, just like a chameleon's. It's just like a wha-cha!
And are the other ones, are they in the nest or skirting the outskirts?
They are on the outskirts of it. They're basically like on the four corners of the nest if it had corners. It's like a big ball, but you know what I mean.
Shit. Okay. I'm gonna stay where I am, but I'm basically gonna like kneel down and make myself like as tight of a small of a ball as I can, so I can like really hunker down behind my shield.
Yep.
And try to let that fire burn.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool.
I'm gonna tranquilizing laser one of the squirrelians.
Okay. Are you aiming for one of the two that are flying, or one of the four that's up near Gil?
One of the four that are up near Gil that are most at risk of hurting him again.
Okay. Yep. And Ahi, do you want to assist in that, or you want to do your own thing?
I'm trying to think how I would assist in that.
Yeah. That is a good question.
I can't think of a single way I'd be able to do that other than like go for their big obvious eyes.
I mean, can you do your own thing to try to take out one of the flying ones?
No, because I don't have ranged weapons that can go 100 feet up in the air.
They are actually after they made that beeline towards you guys after their last turn, they are about 50 feet away from you. So it is
50 feet straight up is still so far to throw something.
It's not straight up. They're coming in at an angle. So they're like 50 feet at like say like a 45-degree angle.
I will trust that you say that they are in range, and I will actually. I'll attempt to use a sinker to like grasp and lacerate one.
Gotcha. And you did spool it out before, so that's going to help you in this turn because you've got it all spooled out, so you can take your time to like really, really line up the shot and go for him.
Good. Am I ready to roll, mister?
Yep.
That's a 3.
Gotcha. And what is oh shit, with proficiency and a dice roll, it's a 3. Okay, cool. Okay, so you whip out that sinker, and it looks like you actually just barely make it over to them because they are actually flying towards you right now. So like they have extra momentum towards you, and that sinker whips by him and it snags onto one of their wings, and it actually rips the wing. It doesn't seem to get a super deep into like their actual flesh, but we'll say their left wing is pretty much completely torn up. So they start to like spiral out of control right now. And it looks like they didn't take a whole lot of damage necessarily, but it looks like they have a pretty terrible aspect on them right now. Does that make sense?
Gotcha.
Does my laser use ranged or proficiency?
Ranged.
Ranged, okay.
Yep.
2.
Cool. My rolls have been like 5 zeros and now it's a big negative. So it's funny. You managed to actually hit. We'll say it's one of the ones that actually managed to hit Gil on his turn on their turn last time, and it looks like it is completely reeling from that hit. So it looks completely dazed, almost like it's not like it can't really do anything next turn.
Would you say it's dazed and confused?
Yes. Cool. All right, so that's your guys' turn done. Yep. Cool. I'm gonna start off with the ones that are above Gil. The one that is dazed actually jumps off and starts to try and glide a little bit, but kind of just flums around and shakes its head and tries to regain itself. So it is now just kind of lazily flying around you and doesn't actually do anything. The other 3, go ahead and give me another physique roll.
Are you adding aspect modifiers because I took a defensive position?
Yes, absolutely I am.
5.
Oh, holy fuck. Okay. So they actually, all 3 of them kind of follow suit with the one that's dazed. But they keep their eyes trained on you, Gil, and they try and come at you from a bunch of different angles and all lash their tongues out at you to try and get a hit. But you are hunkered down so good that you deflect all 3 shots even when they come in from separate angles. So you do not take any damage and are still safe up in that tree. The other 2 remaining ones, so there's the one that you just hit, Ahi. Its wing is still severed, so it's kind of like fluttering around, but it does manage to get a little bit closer to you.
Does it look like it's gaining any height, or is it making its way down to the ground?
It seems like it's just barely keeping stable. So it is not losing height yet, but it looks like it is like trying really hard to stay aloft. So it gets a little bit closer to you, and it actually ends up landing on the tree that's next to you guys. There's one tree, let's say it's like 20 feet away, and it lands on that, and is about 20 feet above you. So 20 feet away, 20 feet high. The other one, however, starts circling you, and it sends out a tongue lashing at you, Ahi. So go ahead, and are you going to try and dodge out of the way, or are you going to try and tank this hit?
Dodge out of the way.
Okay, so that would be athletics.
Actually, you know what? We already established that the gloves themselves are not pierceable. So I think I'm just gonna attempt to like hold the gloves up in front of me to not really catch it in my hands, but like kind of palm it away. Like redirect it.
Gotcha. I like that.
So I guess that's more of a physique.
Yep. Yeah. So that would be
not that it matters. They're numerically the same.
Yeah. Yeah. So that would be physique, and then you have your aspect modifier of those gloves on top of it.
Okay.
It just barely squeaks by one of your razor wire strands. Yeah, strand. So you actually manage to block that blow almost completely. You whip that strand right in front of you, and you can tell what it probably was going to hit you like right in the jugular, but that strand catches that and deflects it off and make it so it just barely scratches your shoulder. So just take 1 stress from that.
Okay.
And that is my turn done. It is up to you guys.
How much more on fire is the nest?
The nest has sufficiently caught on fire at this point. Gil, you can pretty safely assume that if you were to pull the everlasting flame out of it, it would probably stay lit at this point.
I do that.
Whoa! Good job. And it looks like it's not going out. So you now have the everlasting flame back with you.
Okay. Would I have enough action economy to like retract my harpoon and then try to shoot one of the ones up there?
Yes, yeah, for sure. Keep in mind there's one dazed one. It actually looks like it's kind of overcome the dazedness, and then the 3 that just tried to attack you that you just blocked off, and they're all kind of just flying around you right now.
Okay. I guess I'll try to pick off the dazed one, hoping there's some residual laser juice in his noggin.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay harpooned in, and I'm gonna shoot at him.
Sounds good.
Oh, it's a 1. Can't win them all.
Yep, I'm sorry to say, Gil, they have pretty high agility, so it sees you train. It sees you train your harpoon at them, and with deft reflexes, it manages to do a barrel roll out of the way, and you just barely miss it going off to the side.
Cool. Think I could retract my greaves, or is that pushing it?
Yeah, no, it's only a button press, so that's fine.
Cool. I reach down and slink those back in, and that's
Cool.
good for me.
Sounds good. All right. Tom, Ahi, up to you.
I'm looking to just keep lasering those bad boys, to just keep trying to make an opening for the others to shoot them.
Mm-hmm.
Make them like easier targets.
Okay. Are you shooting at the ones close to you, or the ones up near Gil?
I think because there's more up near Gil, I'm probably aiming up there.
Keep in mind that you can shoot one right now and have Ahi immediately take advantage of that.
What do you think, Ahi?
Tom, you see that one with the gimp wing? Go for that one.
I go for that one. Can I invoke my goggles now that that giant nest is on fire? It's light out.
Yeah. So you're shooting at the one that's near you, though, right?
The one
Yeah.
that just landed on a tree.
Yes.
The one that's near us on the tree.
I'm just trying to get as much of a bonus as possible, so I can't possibly miss it.
That would be the one sitting still on the tree. So, as Ahi has pointed out.
I mean, yeah, but if I have a crap roll, I don't know.
Oh, don't worry too much about that. Like,
I'm just trying to do as best I can. I can't invoke my goggles.
you don't have to try and min-max every action. Just do what Tom would do.
Fine. I just shoot it. Damn. Oh, and look, I rolled a 0. If only you had let me invoke something to make it better.
No.
You said you could invoke it.
Yes.
You said just don't think about which one's stronger. Just pick one.
Yeah. So in this case, you were using your goggles, right?
Yes.
In which case, that guy is completely stationary and aiming down the sight of your arm using those goggles. It almost acts like a sniper rifle. When combined with your goggles, that laser gets very, very, very accurate. So even with that bad roll, you manage to hit that thing square in the face, and it is looking to be quite dazed. So not only is it reeling from the daze, but it now has a ripped wing and is completely stationary. So Ahi, you are the only one left in the turn. Fucking have at it.
Really quick, can I crank my laser in preparation for the next turn?
So you can choose to fire your laser once per turn, or you can take your entire turn to crank it to get a super daze on the next one.
Oh, I can't fire it and then crank it. Okay, all right, never mind.
You can fire it normally without cranking it.
Yeah, but I can't fire it and then crank it
in
the same turn.
Correct, yeah. The idea is that you crank it a little bit to just get enough charge to do a regular fire, or you can sit there for a full turn and go ham and really jack it off. So the following turn, it's going to be extra super cummies.
Oh, God. Okay, then never mind. I just shoot the thing real good.
Yep, so it is completely reeling and completely stationary on that fucking log, or trunk.
Tree.
He's gonna immediately take advantage of it.
Cool. You do that.
Weird. It's a 2.
Even with -2, holy fuck. Okay, you actually, it being dazed, sitting there, it doesn't even see your whip at all come towards it. And you whip that thing around and it slashes it and it sinks deep into its body and cuts this giant gap. Actually, where exactly are you aiming for? You give me some flavor with this. Where are you trying to hit it?
Midsection, wings, midsection, whatever I can grasp onto.
Cool. Yep. So
rip its guts out.
Yeah.
Rip and tear!
You
Rip and tear.
managed to hit it right across the back, and it actually cuts through those quills that are on its back. So like a bunch of those get sheared off, and it actually hits the other wing as well this time, rips that, and cuts a giant deep gash into its back, and it starts bleeding profusely, and it actually recoils and just starts dropping down and just falls on the canopy below and is twitching right there.
Nice teamwork, Tom.
Nice.
Aw, yeah.
So, it is the chameleon's turn again. Squirrelians, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So, the other 4 that are up near Gil see what just happened to the one down there, and 2 of them immediately start going towards that way, and the one that is already close to you guys looks like it goes into a frenzy, and it actually makes a beeline towards you and lands on the canopy next to you and it actually tries to stab you, Ahi, after it saw what it did to you, with its tail. You see a tail lunge at you. So go ahead and give me a physique or an athletics, whatever you want.
I'll go for physique again, just because it's more her default style. And same way, just kind of like, just your normal instinct to kind of like defend yourself with your hands.
Yep.
That is a 2 as well.
Gotcha. Okay, so got a pretty good roll. So, you managed to deflect that a little bit, but
clarification. Not that I had not that I could have done anything for this particular turn, but we can use aspects to defend as well as attack in the same round, right? Like any roll could potentially have an aspect on it.
Yep. I think the one caveat I put for your attacks specifically is that if you use proficiency on your whip, on the attack you can't invoke the whip on top of that. You would just invoke something else. So, in the previous turn's case, you would invoke the fact that it's dazed as fuck, right, and reeling, which was essentially a +5. It was the maximum bonus that you could get on it.
So yeah, I don't have any ideas. Just was curious.
Yep. And so in this case, you would still be invoking your silk, the unbreakable aspect, in the same way as before.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Cool. So it lunges at you with its tail, and the fact that that tail point is really, really narrow and sharp, it just kind of like glances off that silk, and it's actually aiming for your torso, your midsection, and it hits you basically like right off to the right, basically right in your chest. That deflection made it so it didn't like quite go right into your heart or anything, but it does get a pretty deep wound in there. So go ahead and take 3 stress, and you now have a big old hole in your chest.
Well, that's not good.
Beautiful body.
And then lastly, there's the 2 that are still by Gil. The 2 that swooped down towards you guys, that they didn't get close enough to attack this turn. But Gil, they are going to actually continue flying around, and they're not going to get close to you, and they're going to try and do the tongue thing again. So go ahead and dodge or physique.
With this one, I'm actually just going to jump off the branch down towards where Tom and Ahi are.
Oh,
so
okay.
Be athletics.
Yeah, gotcha. So that'll resolve itself next turn then. I guess after this roll. Ooh.
I want to help you land, but I don't know how.
I've got a harpoon arm.
Yeah. We'll resolve that next turn. So it's once it comes to your guy's turn, he'll just basically be falling down. So it's all good.
Okay.
So with that roll, Gil, I'm sorry to say, but they both attack individually, and they both get, as you're jumping off, they see that opportunity, and one gets you square in the thigh, and the other gets you in the arm. And while neither of those seem to be doing that much physical damage to you, they're definitely like deep punctures for sure. That feeling of sluggishness really starts enveloping you now. So go ahead and take 4 stress and have ultra sluggish as an aspect.
Ultra sluggish.
Where are you at in health right now?
You said that was 4 stress?
Yep.
I'm at 7 out of 8.
Oh boy. Good thing is, most of that damage is related to the fact that you're very sluggish. So, who knows? Maybe you can actually recover some stress with a little antidote. But it is now your guys' turn. So right now you've got a falling, looking to be almost unconscious Gil kind of heading your way. So, resolve it.
I mean, I'm gonna just try to shoot my harpoon into the tree as I fall to like get some purchase and slow my fall.
Okay. Do you guys try to do anything to help him out and that, or are you going to focus on attacking the creatures around you?
I mean, I don't know how to help a heavy ass person like land. Like I can't catch him. I can't like. Well, who has the pillow?
Yeah, there we go. Using
It's
those
on obvious
artifacts.
ways.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single way that would be helpful, like during a fall, unless I can like throw it so perfectly that it latches onto his belt.
I mean, it's
Turn
literally
around so I can
what
land
it's
on your
for.
ass.
I don't think that's how it works.
It's literally to like break falls. That is what it's intended for.
Well,
Yeah.
we gambled on the wrong person having it today.
I thought about like slingshotting it up to you somehow, and I was like, nah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's all good.
Does it actually inflate?
No, it creates like an invisible pocket of air, almost like the air density below you gets.
That's what I thought.
Thicker,
And there's
yeah.
no way to like manually trigger it.
I don't know. Maybe there is. You haven't experimented with it at all at this point.
I should have fucked with it more. All right. You know what? I will position myself directly below where Gil's about to fall, and then using my artificer aspect, I will do my best idea for how to activate it under stress. Whatever the best idea that jumps into her mind is. And right now, all I can think of is like smashing it really hard with her fist to like jostle it and simulate a fall.
So are you hitting it on your belt, or are you picking it up and like hitting it against the ground?
Like smashing it together between my hands, like holding it like in front of me, like as if I'm attempting to like activate that density of air in a small pocket, like where I foresee Gil falling.
Right. Yep.
It's all kind of happening in Matrix time, I guess. But yeah, her best idea on the fly is to attempt to trigger it where Gil is falling.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna help you out just a little bit, and so when you do that, you are holding it and swing it straight down at the ground. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool, because I think
like
this
I
is
said, it's Ahi's best idea, not necessarily Ian's best idea.
Yep. So when you do that, when you take it off your belt and you swing it down as hard as you can at the ground, before it actually hits the ground, you feel this massive amount of resistance slowly pushing it back against you, and you actually kind of because you've got your arm length out, you feel kind of a dense pocket of air underneath you push you up a little bit, so you are now kind of like floating on this dense piece of air. And I'm guessing we could go over to Gil right now to resolve what happens there, right?
I shoot my harpoon at the tree.
You're just trying to slow your fall, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With the go ahead and do a shoot roll, just because rolls are fun, right?
It's all right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, don't worry, that's plenty. Because with that pillow now activated below you, you get a decent hold on the tree. It's not great, and you might have actually hit your head pretty hard without it, but you managed to land on a nice soft pocket of air, and you lazily float to the ground as it slowly disperses. So you both are just chilling with each other.
Thanks, Ahi.
It's like I'm ready now.
Oh no.
All right, Tom, can I get that juice, though?
One hot juice coming up. Do I need to do like a check to see if I pour it on him or like make him drink it? Or...
No, you're good. You can just use your turn to fish it out of your backpack and shove it down Gil's throat. And I'll actually say, like, because that's not much, if you want, you can do a crank on your laser at the same time. So, like your arm could be like fishing it out of the backpack for you as you're cranking. You know what I mean?
I'm bottle feeding him with my robot arm while cranking with my human hands.
Right, exactly. The robot arm doing its thing would probably like mess up your aim a lot when trying to shoot, but it's not going to stop you from cranking.
Oof.
Crank
Nothing
it up.
stops that boy from cranking.
Oh boy, here I go cranking again.
Oh boy. All right.
Do I heal him?
So Gil, after you drink that poison, after you drink that antidote, the poison.
It's always such a joke.
Can you imagine? Could you imagine?
What a twist!
It's just more. No, it is actually antidote. You feel all that sluggishness from your body kind of just wash away almost instantly. So not only is that sluggish aspect completely gone from you, but go ahead and gain back 2 stress.
Hell yeah.
Only 2?
Yep, he still has a
I'll take
bunch
it.
of punctures in his body, but the sluggishness that could have made him unconsciousness is now gone.
All a priest. He's looking holy.
Whoa, boy. All right, so in summary, you've got one guy writhing around that Ahi just is fucking eviscerated on the last turn. You've got the one that is on the canopy next to you that just lashed out at Ahi. You've got the 2 that have come towards you, and the 2 that are still kind of up where Gil was that are nowhere near you guys.
Oh, so the one on the ground is still alive? I thought it was like twitching.
Oh,
as in, like,
it's writhing around on the ground. It is not doing anything threatening to you guys right now, but it almost looks like it's just doing death throws and writhing around for
If you
flavor.
look closely, it has tiny dice in its little hands throwing death throws. Death saving throws.
Wait, real quick before their turn, does there seem to be any reaction on their part to the mound being on fire?
I was just getting to that. So
Oh.
the ones that were up near Gil actually don't swoop down to you guys. They start going towards the nest and are just kind of like frantically like scuttling around it and trying to do whatever they can to get something out of it, but you might not know what.
It's their eggs. Come
Whoa,
on, man.
what? Yeah,
Come on, man. It's a
It's
nest.
definitely drugs.
We heard like a squeaking coming from it.
You heard
So-
a high-pitched rustling.
How can a rustling be high pitched?
Yeah. The hell is a high pitched rustle?
Think like a
babies
cricket.
going like,
That's not rustling.
That's just squeaking.
That's peeping.
No,
Yeah, that's peeping.
think of a. I don't know. Would crickets be kind of rustle? I mean, they are by
they're
definition.
chirpy.
Yeah. Not really. Think of the sound it would make if you were to take hard bristles, lots of them, and rub them at a very high frequency together.
Wish I didn't imagine that. Okay.
And
I swear to God, if this isn't the nest, I want to be really mad.
no, don't worry.
Small gnome in there.
So,
Guys, there's a bird in there who knows what's good.
There's just a bunch of really pissed off crickets in there.
don't worry. You know what? I'll resolve that just for you guys. So the 2 are preoccupied up by the nest. The one that is next to you guys on the canopy, that got hyper aggressive when you hit the other one, the one that you guys initially saw, it rears back a little bit, and you see the quills on its back kind of just like flare out and rustle really, really fast and make the same sound that you heard before. And the one that is writhing around is also kind of making just these awful dying noises, and it looks over at it and just takes off and is going over towards that one and has stopped paying you guys any attention. The last 2 that were by Gil before that started making their way down to you, they are still on their way, and they are now close enough to get a few tongue licks in. And they are going to go for Tom this time, because Tom hasn't gotten anything. And...
No, I don't want to get licked.
So, Tom,
My
are you
little boy body.
going to try and dodge or physique?
He doesn't have to, because my daddy defense kicks in now that I'm with my boy.
Oh, boy. All right.
Shield.
Gotcha. All right.
I mean, can I also say I have my compact pick out so I can try to slash at any tongues?
Um...
Come on.
Yeah,
You do look like a fully cranked laser.
I was going to say, you could hold that for now. So, in the daddy defense, I think a cool thing to add. So, originally, Tom, you would have gotten an aspect to add to your defense roll, right? But Gil has stepped in. Whatever you were going to use, you could still use to add to his roll. I think that's fair, right? That makes daddy defense kind of ridiculously overpowered, but...
It's once per session.
Yeah, so I think it should be ridiculously overpowered. So, Tom, how are you assisting him?
I assume he's just like jumping in and like daddy blocking me.
Yeah.
I guess I like reach up between his like arms with one well-placed punch, and I just like with my like compact pick pointing out above my hand, it's like a little pick. I just like slash a little tongue right before it reaches us, but only one of the tongues.
You're just trying to like block it from hitting him. You're basically like trying to cover. Like,
yeah, I'm
blind
lessening
spots with
his
him.
damage. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So they're gonna go. Gil, go ahead and do a physique.
Fuck yeah.
Oh fuck, boy. And
Oh yeah.
so on top of that 6, you have your shield to invoke and Tom helping you out. And when they both lash a tongue out of you, Gil, you manage to deflect one of them off completely, but the other one is coming around and it looks like it's just about to get you. It shoots its tongue out and it's about to hit you in the neck, but Tom swings in with his pick and slaps that shit out of the way.
Do I slap it or do I slice it?
You slap it. It does not.
come on.
It does not do damage to it.
Oh, come on. Not even a little bit? Not even like a paper cut?
Okay, you know what? You nick it just a little bit, and it's like, youch! Paper cut on my tongue. That's like the worst fucking thing ever.
Like,
Oh
throw
shit, they're
some salt
sentient?
on it. Throw some salt on it or something.
It's like it's Steve-O and Jackass the movie when they're like paper cutting like all the parts of his body. Just imagine that, but on like the little thing on your tongue
Odd.
that connects it.
I don't want to imagine that.
Imagine every one of them sounds like Steve now.
Fuck, dude.
Fuck our nest.
I hate it.
All right, so it's your guys' turn now. So, in summary, you have 2 that are up by the nest, frantically trying to do something. You've got one that is fucking rolling around on the ground, writhing, looking like it's dying, and what you can only assume to be its partner sitting next to it, trying to console it or do anything. It's a fucking animal. And then the 2 that are still flying around you.
Citation is defeat. Go for one looking away from us.
Damn.
You want me to laser the one looking away from us?
Yeah, Tom, you've got a supercharged laser right now.
If that's the best one to hit, I'm gonna hit it so good.
Do it, Tom.
Alright, before I roll.
Weakness should be punished. The weak should be afraid of the strong.
So because it's supercharged, it just gets like a plus 2 or?
It actually it changes the effect of it.
Okay.
And it would, like your aspect modifier would probably go up by 1 as well. But if you were to shoot and get -4 on this, it would probably still hit no problem because it is just sitting there, crouching over it. It is like 20 feet away, and you've got a supercharged laser. So, you know what? This will be a time where, I'm just going to say, let's do a roll, and the only way that you can miss this is if you get 4 negatives right now. So you got a 1 in 81 chance to fuck this up.
I bet you I'm gonna fuck it up. I got a -1. That is uncomfortably close to fucking it up.
Not even remotely close.
Yeah, you got
Uncomfortably close.
you got 2 negatives, a neutral, and a positive. So you would have had to have gotten a -4 for that to have failed. But no, it's
Still though.
yeah, it's right next to you. You fucking blast the shit out of it, and it looks up, just like a half second before you hit it, and it gets a full blast of that full laser, and you see it just kind of like convulse wildly, and it's like almost foaming at the mouth a little bit, and it's just like writhing around on the ground right there.
So much laser.
It is super dazed. All right,
Yo,
Gil.
let's get at it. Fucking clobbering time.
Let's beat up this lizard.
You're the one kicking the ass after you.
All right. I'll do the honors. Take advantage of its super dazedness. Just
kick it.
I will attempt to go for the classic coup de grace of the beheading. It is a 3.
While that may not be the best roll in the world, that thing is about as negative as you can possibly be right now. So, with that, pretty much, where are you aiming for this time? Are you trying to do the same thing? Give him a poetic outing?
Yes, I am attempting the coup de grace.
Yep. So, in the exact same way, it is just writhing around on the ground right now. You come down, swing down with the silk, and it cuts across the back in the exact same way as the other one did. It shears off a bunch of those quills, cuts up both of its wings, and there's a giant gash where blood just starts pouring out of it. And now it is double writhing around. So you've got one that is still writhing, but is moving a lot less, and one that is writhing around a lot. All right, Gil, what you got?
There's still 2 flying above us, right? That are like kind of close.
Yep, there are 2 that are circling the tree, and then there's the 2 that are up by the nest.
All right, yeah. I'm just gonna grieve in and try to shoot one of the ones that's flying near the tree, and I'm gonna try to like hit it with the harpoon and kind of draw it in closer.
Okay. Yep.
So it's a shoot roll, right?
Yep. Yeah, go for it.
Pow! Oh no!
What are you invoking here? I mean, so in the same way as I'm wondering if it's more flavorful to say that when you're using your harpoon, you have to not just invoke the harpoon, just like Ahi with her silk. But what do you think?
I mean, I feel like I'd be invoking like my greaves being locked in, so I'm like super steady.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. So even though that roll was pretty low, the greaves are helping steady your aim quite a bit, and you shoot the harpoon, and it hits one of them, and it doesn't seem to dig in super deep. Like, it doesn't look like it's doing that much damage. We'll actually say it hits its wing, so it doesn't really actually do a whole lot of damage to it.
This was less to do damage and more to, like, limit its mobility.
Exactly. So, yeah. But you are now latched onto that fucking thing. So it starts trying to fly, but now it's got a harpoon stuck in its wing, and it is, like, having a big deal of trouble with that right now. So cool. It now has the aspect harpooned. It now has a harpoon in its arm, or in its wing, and it's trying to fly around. All right. So, their turn. The 2 that are high up above you by the nest, it looks like they are grabbing certain things and scuttling away at this point. They are not coming towards you guys and are just running away. And that fire has actually gotten to be considerably larger, and it looks like it's enveloping that entire nest. So it seems to almost be going away. The 2 that were writhing on the canopy next to you are writhing less now. One of them is almost completely stopped moving. The other one still has a little bit of fight in it, but it's not really doing all that much. The harpooned one, actually does its best to try and land on the canopy that you guys are on. And I'm actually going to do a quick roll to see how well it does at that. Okay, it does manage to land on it. And the other one that's next to it follows suit. And so they both land on the canopy. And in the same vein as the one that attacked you before, Ahi, they both are going to try and do double pierce attack against you guys. And because you are harpooned into it right now, Gil, they're going to go for you. So go ahead and dodge your physique.
This one's pure physique. I'm grieved in.
All right.
3.
One of them you managed to completely deflect. But just in the same vein as what happened to you before, you deflect one of them, and the other one manages to take advantage of that just a little bit and squeaks by your shield. But you don't uncover any vital areas. You just kind of lift it up a little bit, so it hits you right in your calf, and it does get like a pretty deep puncture in there, but it's not anything super life-threatening yet. So you take 2 stress from that.
So you're back up to 7?
Back at 7.
Yep.
Oh no.
Not like this.
Not like this.
But it's okay, because it's your turn again.
So now these 2 are like right up on it.
Yes, they are on the same canopy as you guys. One of them has the harpoon still stuck in its wing, and the other one is just free. So they are right there. They are right next to you guys. What do you 3 do?
Is he close enough I can slash him with my pick?
You could do that, yes. Remember, so all 3 of you are finally like right next to each other with enemies right in front of you. So you could do any number of things to help each other out and really give yourself like a massive roll.
I mean, I could grab one with my robot arm and hold it still for someone to shoot, like stab it.
Tom,
Oh yeah.
You think you could daze one of them? Point blank. Pretty easy.
I can also do that. Just back to the tried and true laser. I couldn't do both. Could I grab one with the arm and shoot the other with the laser?
You know what? It's getting kind of close to the end of the encounter. Fucking do it, because that sounds rad.
Should I do a proficiency for the arm and ranged for the laser?
You know what? Yeah, do that. That sounds fun.
Can I invoke something to help both of them?
Did you have anything in mind?
Just my goggles. I can see
Your
real
goggles.
good. I can see really good.
They're not good. You're gonna zoom in on these things that are a foot away from you. All right.
I'm gonna like grab right in the jugular with my little Doc Ock hand. Grab him real good so he can't wriggle away. All right, I'm going for the laser first. Here we go.
Pew pew.
Good old fashioned number 3.
Yep.
And
Wait, which one are you shooting? Which one are you pinning? The main distinguishing factor is that one of them has Gil's harpoon in him.
I think I'll stun the uninjured one and pin the harpooned one.
Okay. Cool. So you successfully stun that one. So it looks to be dazed in the same way that you've seen before.
Woohoo! All right, you ready for Doc Ock action?
Yeah, let's see it.
Here we go. Woo!
Oh, fuck yeah.
Number 4.
So you manage to slap that Doc Ock hand. Let's say it's on the other wing that isn't pierced by the harpoon. So you've got both wings and by extension front legs pinned down right now. So Ahi, Gil, you guys are up. You've got one that is completely pinned down and one that's dazed.
So if we were going to go for one that is pinned down by, the arm and the harpoon.
You could just say it's the aspect super pinned. Like that would be what you'd be
so we can kind of freeform combine aspects like that.
Yeah.
As long as they're like accomplishing a similar goal.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go up to the one that's dazed. And I'm going to, as best I can, because I feel like if it's dazed, it'll be easier to do it to this one.
Mm-hmm.
Put the compression cube like in its mouth, and then press the button.
Oh,
Jesus
fuck.
Christ.
Oh no! Get out! Can I go ahead and give myself like 1 stress for just sheer distress at what's happening?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. So just as a reminder, it does have that giant sphere with a spike coming out of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're putting it next to its mouth? Like trying to...
I'm trying to put it like, if I can like, because it's dazed, I'm hoping I can like get close enough to it to kind of like put the cube like in its mouth and activate it.
Yes. So, that's fucking rad. So, yes. Let's actually. I'm trying to think. Should you have to roll? I'm gonna say roll to get into its mouth versus just kind of outside of it.
Okay, what would that be?
I'd say either athletics or proficiency, because like athletics, you could be kind of be dexterous.
Athletics, it is. Hell yeah, that's a 4.
Oh fuck yeah. You manage to, it's like thrashing around and stuff, but you manage to swiftly jam your fucking hand into its mouth, and you manage to avoid the barb of its tongue with your fucking 1 stress left, even though that would be fucking hilarious. And press that compression cube, and you see that sphere with a spike expand in an instant, and the sphere opens up in its jaw, completely breaking it outwards, kind of like King Kong did to fucking T-Rex, and the spike just shoots into its body and comes out the other side of it, and...
Okay.
Yep, and it continues expanding to its full size, and I can't imagine how thick that spike would be, like if it's really thin, but either way, it kind of just explodes.
I'm very distraught watching this.
But by extension, the giant boulder that just came out now falls to the ground on the canopy, and the tree swings violently off to the side and basically opens up a giant hole in the canopy, and the tree starts to creak heavily, and you actually hear a big creak, like cracking sound form higher up in the tree as the stone is like pulling on the branches, but it eventually falls through the branches.
This is good rock, man.
I can make another one.
Always the optimist.
All right, Ahi, your turn.
All right. The only remaining living one is kind of pinned on each wing, right? You said each wing has a
Yes.
pin.
Yep.
Right.
Super pinned.
So if it's being pulled opposite directions, I'll take advantage of the super pin and off with its head.
How are you doing that? Are you using your silk wire gloves to like just wrap it around its neck?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
You'll cinch and pull. That is a 4.
I'm so distraught watching this up close, straight up murder.
Yep.
Didn't you kill a man?
Yeah, a man, not an innocent creature.
You're so right.
You just shoot him in the eyes with lasers.
Yeah. I just stunned them, didn't fucking send them plummeting to their death with giant boulders in their mouths.
Ahi's been like ripping them open with razor gloves.
I was going to say, this one, Ahi, you are very successful. It doesn't plummet to its death. You rip up on that fucking cord, and it just slices right through its neck. You have decapitated this thing. The body wriggles around for a minute, and then quickly goes limp.
At least mine was instant death.
Ahi, why?
There's now blood splurting out everywhere. Ahi, you get a little bit covered in blood. The silk wire glove
God.
is covered in blood.
Gross. Well, at least it's corrosion resistant.
Oh God, these poor creatures! I feel awful.
So the two that were up by the nest, which is now completely engulfed in flames, have completely disappeared from sight. And the ones that are on the tree next to you have completely stopped moving. So there is no turn for the enemies now.
Da, 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 da.
Our team, I'd say that's a job well done.
Boys, I hold up my two hands for the three-way high five.
I shakily, with tears rolling down my face, go in for the high five.
Hey, Tom, two of them got away. No scratches, no foul, no harm.
That's true. I hope they can lay their eggs somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to mention the whole egg thing because I wasn't sure how you were with us, like, killing all the babies like that, but kind of did that too.
I'm pretty upset.
We all saw them kind of skedoodle away with something. I'm sure they got them out.
I appreciate you taking the effort to lie to me, Ahi.
They at least got something out.
Yeah, I'm still upset, but like I know it had to be done. I go in for the high five.
Literally, do you guys know it actually was the drugs?
Oh shit!
I hadn't even laid eggs yet. That's just what
it was actually.
Red.
It was a nest full of those power pins that Ozen's been looking for. They took them all away.
No!
Later on, we run into one of them completely just rolled in the pins.
A super buff squirrely alien.
Unstoppable.
I also joined in the high five with my absolutely gore-covered hand that I used to compression cube that thing.
Yeah.
Wearing gloves, I don't give a heck.
Also, just going back and taking into account everyone's injuries. So Tom, for once, is completely unharmed.
Woo! I did it! I mean, it was mostly Daddy Gil protecting me, but I did it!
Yeah.
You did a little bit of protecting there yourself.
Woohoo!
Ahi, you've got a large yet not necessarily life-threatening hole in your chest.
Could be worse.
That's possible. Sure.
I got a nice Swiss cheese thing going on over here.
Yeah, and then you were just barely staying upright at this point. I think you've got a hole through your calf. Do you remember all the places you got hit?
I mean, it was either shoulder.
Yeah, both
shoulders.
Yeah, both shoulders have puncture wounds from the tongue, so they aren't super deep, but they are bleeding. That's actually those are bleeding pretty heavily, almost like they haven't really stopped bleeding that well.
Got an anticoagulant.
Oh my. So
Do I have more of the antidote? Or did I give it all?
No. The antidote seems to have worked very well in eliminating the poison effects, but as you said, anticoagulant effects weren't necessarily affected by the antidote.
Yeah, let's get back to Secret Camp.
Yeah.
You can use our shoulders for support this time.
Can you kind of just like squeeze in on me from either side to kind of keep pressure on these?
Yeah. We wrap your whole body up like a mummy. Just carry it.
You guys managed to carry Gil back for once. Hobble back, and you make it all the way back to the secret camp with no fuss, no other creatures lashing at you, and you actually see Maruk sitting at the bottom of the elevator at the ready with a med kit, waiting for you, and she sees you when you first get onto the main path where she can see you, and she runs over you and shouts out, "Oh guys! Oh, I was really scared. I was watching through the telescope, and Gil, are you okay?"
Yeah, I could use a couple band-aids, but I think I could sleep it off.
Yeah, she runs over with a first aid kit and just starts patching you up. Well, Ozen told me to keep an eye out on you guys and let her know if it looked like you were in any serious danger. but it looks like you made it out in one piece.
Thanks, Marut. All right, we're gonna go now. Have
Yeah, she's
good
just
luck, Gil.
she's just like helping patch you up as you guys go up to the elevator, and the elevator was sitting there at the bottom for you, and then as soon as you guys walk on, it just starts going up for you.
Oh, just when I need a little bit of curse to
Yeah, I was gonna say, Gil, give me a what kind of check?
Oh God, this is what kills him.
Yeah, give me a willpower check. Actually,
It's a 1.
it's a 1. Gil, you pass out, just flat out pass out. But you are. It's not like you are dying or anything, but you are unconscious at this point.
Yeah, that seems fair.
So the elevator comes to the top, and you have an unconscious Big Daddy boy right there. Do you guys immediately help, because it doesn't look like Maruk is the type of person that can carry him by herself?
I mean, I'm definitely gonna try.
Yeah, we'll all lend a hand.
So I'm just picturing the three of you dragging like an unconscious Gil kind of like across the floor, like kind of up off of the floor, but like having a bit of trouble, and it's like leaving just a little bit of a blood stain across the ground.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a few drippy droppies. So you guys get pretty much inside the doorway and a few feet in, and you actually see Ozen round the corner and say, "Oh, why, hello. I was going to say you three, but it looks like only 2 of you are conscious right now."
Well, Maruk's conscious.
Well, I was referring to the people that actually went out and did stuff, but it looks like it went fairly okay. Tom, you're not injured for once.
I know, right?
And Gil, she walks over and gives you a light tap with her foot and says, "It looks like you're not okay for once." And she gives a little bit of a smile on her face. It's like, "All right, well, you guys managed to drive them off. I suppose I can help at least get him to the medical ward." And she just picks him up by the scruff of his neck and just holds him up in the air and is like slings him over her shoulder and is just walking towards the medical place right now.
Well, at least she's helping. That's unexpected.
She is kind of rough in doing that, like not she's not being very careful. So
Still helping, though.
yeah, still helping, I guess. Do you guys
What else we
follow?
could ask for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I need some medical attention.
Yeah. Maruk actually looks over at you and is like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that you got hit in your chest. I was a little bit too busy looking at Gil's slumped over body, so
I didn't see the enormous gaping hole in your chest.
I'm sorry. And she, like, as you guys are walking towards it, she's like trying to patch you up.
Oh, it's all good, man.
I like to imagine as Gil is being dragged across the wooden floor, it sounds like a bowling ball going down the lane with his metal fist.
Oh, accurate. Nice. And she when she gets into the medical ward, she just basically like slings you out onto one of the beds and says, "All right, well, I'm going back to my study for now. I'll have something else more interesting for you guys here shortly, but I'll give you time to recover." And she walks out.
Right on.
Cool. Dude, you guys did it! Is there anything more you want to do? Gil, do you want to be more unconscious or say anything like just a little quip before you get healed?
I can't quip when I'm unconscious.
Well, you want to do the little like you come to for just a few moments and say some words.
I
He
come
doesn't,
to.
he doesn't become conscious, but he does fart really loud at some point. And just a good laugh about it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's canon. It's canon.
Oh
I'd
boy.
like to think that while they're patching up Gil, he like puts his real hand in like warm water, trying to make him pee himself.
Right.
Jokes on Tom. Gil has spent most of his life at in some form of wet by seawater.
I thought you were gonna say in some form of like pissing himself. Like,
Oh
He's
boy.
always pissing himself.
Yeah, on the sea, no one can tell when you're pissing yourself.
joke's on
Hardy
you.
must
I
fills
like
the
to
air.
piss myself.
Like
I
Ted
like the
Cruz.
warm, wet feeling of pissing myself.
We both point the same direction.
Dude, good job, guys. You solved my bug-eyed squirrelian puzzle. Hooray!
Woo! It's Squirrelian.
Squirrelian.
Squirrel chameleon. Squirrelian.
Squirrelian.